Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2023 Pan American Snooker Championship live here at Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It's David Burney in the commentary booth. We've got a great matchup to kick things off. We have Charlie Brown, who's making himself at home on this table. Obviously, if you tuned into the Seniors Championship that was over the past few days, Charlie was on this table quite a lot, but it's just how the draw went, as this table is housing a lot of our Canadian and American friends, as I'm providing English commentary for those matches. So just how it works out, but I'm pretty sure we'll get some more Canadians and Americans on this table. But it's Charlie Brown going against Sridhar Shirini Vasin. I'm pronouncing that correctly, good sir, who comes from us in America. And they're just doing a little bit of practice, and we'll be getting into the match very shortly. Yeah, it's just the beginning stages of the round robin here. They're best of 3 matches. And if you need to check out a look at all the matches, we're just getting started. It's day 1 of the championship. You can head over to CBBS's Instagram page, and there's just a link in their bio. Click on that link and you can have all the streams there. We have 2 in Portuguese, 1 in English, and as well there's a link to the document that will show you all the results as they come in and where all your favorite players are and who is in their group. So lots of good fun. We're glad that you tuned in the last few days as Igor Figueiredo was the senior champion. He's booked his card to go over to Sheffield, England this spring to play in the World Seniors Championship. But this is another big tournament, as in the Open Championship. They will be playing for a 2-year card. Third referee John Delish has told the players that practice time is over. Let him do his work as he's going to set up the frame. And frame one of this best of three round robin match to kick off day one of the Open Championship will commence very shortly. We're glad that you're tuning in on the stream. If you have any comments or questions, please let us know. Please put your support for either player, either Charlie from Canada or Surinder from the United States of America. Both players have traveled quite far to come down for this wonderful tournament, but as talking with them, they felt at home. The hospitality of the Brazilian people down here has been top-notch, and just it's been a treat to all of us. And I think a bunch of us are going to be sad when Sunday comes along, because then we're all going to have to head back north of the equator. But the memories that we'll have of this great tournament will last for a long, long time. So Surinder has won the toss, and he's electing to break off to get us started. Might have to put a slight little advantage to Charlie Brown here, just as he's been on the table quite a lot in the Seniors Championship. Obviously, I think I might have seen his slippers under the table. He's been here so long. And the scoreboard is on the top of the screen. As you can see, our referee is just going through the motions, just making sure everything is working correctly. Charlie's score is the top of that little board, and Surinder is on the bottom, and my apologies, there was the coin toss there, and Charlie has won, and he's elected to break off, and we are underway here in Rio de Janeiro. Yeah, it's a little tough with these best of threes. At times, you know, you think like round robin, you know, there's some very excellent players, some players not as proficient as others. So some players want to really like open it up. But the trouble is obviously best of threes, if you open it up and on an easy opponent, you might think, but that opponent might storm back and steal a frame. And if you're down one frame already, it's tough, because then you got to win two on the bounce. So that's why you see just a little bit more tactical stuff. Ooh. It's a tough miss there. That would have been a nice confident booster. It's always nice getting your first shot in, first of the day. Seems like some of the Charlie Brown fan club has flown in. Arrived yesterday, so we're glad he's got some support. Definitely was playing phenomenal snooker during the round robin of the seniors. And just unfortunately drew PABSA president Ajay Pradhakar in the first round, and it went the distance. It had lots of ups and downs. Both players had a chance to win that match. But unfortunately, Ajay was the one that prevailed. But hopefully Charlie can erase that memory. Definitely a lot of good players in this Open Championship. You know, you'll see some familiar faces probably that they're coming from out of town, as they're making a big trip of it, playing in both tournaments and enjoying some time down here in Rio, whereas the local Brazilians, some of them will pick and choose if they want to be in the seniors or Open or both. Swinging at that red that's above the black. A little flick there, but that red near the top right corner might be harnessing the path. Well, everything's starting to open up there, so I think the player that falters in the safety game might be leaving his opponent in for a profitable score. Good hit there, acknowledged by a tap on the table by his opponent. And yes, in this tournament, as it's an international tournament, it is unlimited putbacks in a foul and a miss situation, unless there are snookers required. And then when they get to the colors, if more than 4 snookers are needed for a win, it's a concession. So that's only when they're on the colors. Obviously, some players that are well versed in the game, and if they're trailing immensely, and there's red still on, they'll just concede, as that is the sportsmanship of the game. You know, nobody likes to lose, but sometimes a win is so far out of your reach that you might as well just lick your wounds and reset and start in a new frame. Yeah, so Ridhar plays in a lot of tournaments throughout America. He was at Embassy Billiards earlier this year for the U.S. Nationals. And hopefully America can get some more and more tournaments. Mike Dominguez, Christian Youngers, and Dave Daly, that great team up there at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. They're really doing wonders to promote the game. That's a tough in off there. And Charlie's got a long red to get things going. Hopefully definitely help him out. This red easily can go, and he can be on the black. Was there, but a bit of length. I guess someone with the organizing body here. Someone let him know that Charlie really enjoys those morning matches. Actually not, it's rather the opposite. He's more of a fan of playing later in the day, but treats every match the same, goes through the same routine of his pre-match warm-up. Gets something good to eat, a little meditation, get his mind focused on the task at hand. That's a great long red there. Sometimes all it takes is a good solid long range pot right into the middle of the pocket, get that confidence going. And we've got 6 tables in this wonderful facility over here at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. Top-notch tables. The JOCARI tables. They're the national table of Brazil. Locally made, locally produced. Admission is free. We've got great seating here for this event. Lots of fans and players. I'm looking over and I see Igor, the seniors champion, who was crowned yesterday. He's in the audience taking in, sizing up probably his opponents. Definitely probably Igor is the player that probably has the target on his back. He's probably the man to beat. A local favorite and a man that has actually played over on the Pro Tour. So he knows how to handle the pressure of big events. But with sports, we never know. That's why we always tune in. The ups and downs happen in sports, and more often than not, they do in a game of snooker. That pulled up all right for Sridhar. Still on the black, and thank you to our good friends at CBBS. They've put up the link in the chat. That's where you can find the streams and the tournament bracket with all the groups. Take this red, it's just above the black. Should run up for the pink or blue. Sizing up which red to take after this pink and that little mismatch of 5 on the side. Be mindful of that red that he's queuing over. Referee John Talish taking a good look, making sure no fiber or fabric of his shirt touches it. Came down, he drew it back, and should be end of break there. Can't really see how he can continue things going unless he makes a phenomenal pot. So off of that red that's in the bulk area. So green has been nominated. He went for it there. It's left. A red onto the right middle, definitely tricky. Unfortunately, with those two reds by the middle pocket, it's blocked the path for the blue to go in. So if he was to elect for that red into the right middle, he's going to have to hit a little bit of pace to get up either for the brown or the yellow. Obviously, putting a little extra pace just makes it that much more difficult. You got to be that more accurate. As with a pacey shot, if it hits just the slightest margin of one of the horns on the pocket, it will be refused. It'll be interesting to see how some of the players that played in the senior event fare against some of the players that are just playing in the open. It looks like that red is going to pass that yellow into the green pocket, so really just having a look around the table, getting a game plan together. Yeah, a lot of these players from North America are familiar with the small rest being at both ends of the table there, where here in Brazil they have one, and it's not the usual size rest that you would have at the ends of the tables, and it's not the long redwood rest that we're used to in North America. It's kind of a mid-size rest. It's an interesting size, and maybe Charlie's just struggling a little bit with the size of that rest. Upset there is that that should have been the start of something nice for Charlie. Suritar might have ran just a bit too much on that red. Wanted to hold for the blue, because then he's got another easy red into the left middle. He might be eliminating the blue. Looks like he's going to try and sneak it by that yellow. Oh no. Nice cut there. Those are always tricky going in and out of bulk. I think he's fortunate to be on this red below the pink. chance here for Sridhar. Just has to compose himself, stay in the moment. Does see that he has a great opportunity to score heavily, but just can't get ahead of himself. Oh, yeah, just wonder if he got ahead of himself there. A reprieve for Charlie Brown and his fanship. Trailing by 13 in this first frame, but still many, many points on the table, so we're definitely not near the climax just yet of this frame. Norwalk Snooker Coaching is asking about live scoring from all the tables. Unfortunately not. We just have the 3 streaming channels, the 2 in Portuguese and the 1 in English. And usually sometimes Cloud Snooker is involved in these PABSA events. Unfortunately they had their setup down here in Brazil. So there's unfortunately just live scoring in the room, and it's just results that will happen as they come in. But we've got a great team behind the scenes here in the media center, so as soon as the results do come in, they're quick to update that page. Charlie takes that red in the middle of the table to the top right. Play with some bottom. Just electing to play safe. To risk anything. And deep in the bulk area, hopefully maybe forcing his opponent to make a mistake to let him back in with an easy opener. Both Charlie and myself do hail from the British Columbia area of Canada, and a lot of the Brazilians have called us numero uno villain, as the weather has not been rather conducive for great outdoor living in Rio. The sun has kind of disappeared behind some gray clouds, and they're putting all the blame on us Western Canadians. But, full jokes around there, that's for sure. But it's great snooker weather, that's for sure. It's making us happy that we're indoors, avoiding the rain. If it was sunny beach weather, we might feel a little bit jealous. But great long pot there. Yeah, Surinder never was on the TV table at Embassy Billiards for the U.S. Nationals. So I didn't get a chance to see him. I know he always pops up at these tournaments. Real lover of the game. So he plays in all the tournaments that he can possibly. Just after a great red, just falters a little bit on that. I think yellow was just a little lesser of a challenge. But a shot to nothing here for Charlie. Those 2 reds in the middle of the table. The bottom one of the 2. Clip off the right side. Shoot it towards the top left. Bring his cue ball back to bulk. made the pot, he would have been on the green. If he's not, he's safely in bulk. Looks like Sridhar has a shot to nothing as well. I think there's a path by the pink on the potting angle on this red that's out in the open in the middle of the table. Left him not to take it. Trying for one in the middle. Forced into taking on this pot. With that cue ball against the cushion there, Charlie can't get much action on his cue ball. He's taking on that red by the green to play safety. He's cueing down on it as it's up against the cushion. Oh, there was a little bit of a path. That red is in quite the hiding spot. That is going to be quite interesting to see how this plays out as this flame goes. So I don't think Sridhar is going to open that up just yet, and I wouldn't be surprised if that comes back to haunt one of the players a little later on, potentially a free ball when we get down to the last red, because unless you're up against that bulk cushion, that red's probably not going to move for quite a while. Dreaded double kiss. Those double kisses are actually quite nice in France and Brazil. They do the greeting of the double kiss. Very nice, friendly, warm gesture by the Brazilians here. Very loving and positive people. Really a joy to be around. It's unfortunate that sometimes you see on the news worldwide that they're in a little bit of turmoil, but you wouldn't think that talking to all these lovely Brazilians down here. Ooh, just a drop and drag of the cue. Charlie knew that that was a trick that was missed. And sponges as well, these Brazilians. All the referees and my fellow commentators in the booth are just, you know, they love the game and they're just always curious on how they're doing, how they can be better, but they're all doing a great job here. It's great to see the 6 tables are all fully refereed. That's a very nice treat. Looks like probably just a little roll up on that green, so didn't think that red was going to be touched for a while, but now it's gone off the table and tucked itself to bed. Charlie might be in a bit of trouble here. The pounding of the fist, grimace of the teeth there. He knew there was a trick that was missed there. He really could have put Charlie in trouble there, Surrendar, but Charlie puts him right tight to that ball cushion. Great judgment of pace there. Is this the opening chance that Charlie wants? Those 3 reds on to the left of the black. Does look like the further leftmost one will go in the top left. Just stick around there because that black does go into the opposite corner. It's just a long pot on this black. But it's there, yes sir. It's a good confidence builder, sticking around the top end of the table. Time to go to the mail office and get a postcard of that. That was picture perfect technique there by Charlie Brown. Really got in nicely to that red, drew it back beautifully. Take on the brown, maybe go around the table, take the blue into the same pocket. He's giving himself at least options, but when he's committed to one ball, he's got to be fully committed, can't think about any other shot. Ooh. Just thought things are going to get going there. It's just when you think a player is getting going, they just break down. This is going to be a gentle shot for Serdar. Take this red into the top right, come off a cushion, be on either blue or brown. Ooh, he had the idea. Just couldn't get the pocket there. That was left an easy opener for Charlie. So a little scrappy kind of first frame. No real players found really good fluency. You know, a few little small breaks there, but nothing substantial. Obviously, it's the first frame of the first match of the first round here. Round robin matches, the batches. So, but both Charlie and Serdar had played in the seniors event. That's 6. Charlie has tied the frame 25-25, but this is an easy opener for Serdar. We've seen so many times in so many tournaments. A lot of these matches, a lot of these frames come down to the colored balls. So with 1 point in at 43 on the table right now. That red blocks the path for the blue into the top level, so Serdar is going to probably have to take the thin cut on the yellow in the middle and run in at a bulk, come back down top table to be on a red to continue the break. A nice shot. It's giving him a chance to continue the break. Have an angle on this pink to come down table. Don't think there's any angle on the yellow. Blue will automatically, obviously, naturally put him down table. But it's a more lengthy of a shot there. So pink it is. Feels like a Ali George Chuvalo fight here. Both players exchanging punches, but no one really going down for the count. great Cliff Thorburn, great Canadian snooker player, is quoted as saying, well, anybody, when you're playing good, you can win all the time. It's if when you're playing bad, can you still win? So it seems like some of these players have got to find out. He's not playing to their ability right now, so they've got to find that plan B. Serdar is taking a look, and he's going to put Charlie back in to take another attempt at hitting this red. Referee Talise just making sure both players agree with the respot, and it's game on. Looks like Serdar is going to take this red off the top cushion, put it down into the ball carrier, and hopefully maybe use the brown and blue for cover, but he's really come up short there. Yeah, not too happy with that. Just left a long pot on for Charlie. I'm not surprised there. Sometimes you're just not feeling the shot, so sometimes it's good to just grind it out. Force your opponent to make those mistakes so you can have an easy opener. Just looking over at an adjacent table, James Power, fellow Canadian of Charlie Brown. He took his first frame in his match against Eden from Brazil. Definitely in the situation, snooker does happen. You got to watch out for that potential of a free ball. There's only one red left on the table. Suridar. It's a little shot to nothing here. Taking the red into the top right corner. Blue come to his rescue there. We might just be able to just get by the black and come off the top cushion for that red. So he's just putting Charlie back in. So it's just need some clarification on a player's name from Canada. The Portuguese team was asking me, so obviously Charlie had missed that at first attempt. And another caveat of this round robin matches, obviously they have 2-hour blocks. So if we get to a decider and 90 or more minutes has played, the decider will not go into play, and they will just be taken off the table and then put back on as soon as a table is available in the next 2-hour block matches, so the 12 p.m. matches. So we'll just have to keep an eye on this. So Sordar needs up to the brown to put us in snooker's required stage. Ooh. He's got to be steaming with that shot. Played a great green to get on that yellow to start the colors, and now this is definitely an opportunity for Charlie to pinch the frame. Stay in the moment, stay focused. See that, just flipping his chalk up in the air, a little bit frustrated, having a little talk with himself there, so. Nice shot there. Obviously he's frustrated because he saw the opportunity to win the frame in that color clearance, but didn't force anything there. Found the correct shot to put Sridhar into a snooker. 11 points in it, 22 on the table. It's a nervy and edgy first frame, obviously. Maybe some of these players just feeling a little bit of the fatigue. Surinder didn't get out of the group stage. Charlie actually was top of his group in the Seniors Championship, but did get knocked out. Charlie electing them to go back. As much as that brown was on, it was a mid-range shot, but I think Charlie's going to collect as many points as he possibly can. Here's attempt 2. That's a free ball. John Talese just taking a look. Now, obviously, the ruling with a free ball when you are in a snooker and the result of your shot leaves your opponent in a snooker, then it is a free ball. So Charlie has the option, obviously, to put Surinder back to that original position, get him to play from there, or Charlie could nominate pink, the blue, the black as the brown ball. But one caveat, obviously, you cannot hook your opponent on a free ball. So definitely implore anyone that is interested in taking up this game, great game, do a little bit of homework and just get that rule book and just give it a good read. So this is, wheels are coming off here. That was a pretty good game plan at the beginning there by Charlie of putting him back in after the first miss, and now more and more misses are just frustrating Sridhar. Yeah, he's already given up 12 penalty points and the lead. Yeah, just probably had to use the rest there, so Charlie has no problem just sitting back and enjoying a cool drink of water. Well, Surinder just spins around here, just getting frustrated, maybe trying to find a new plan of attack. But it's been so close. Usually, you know, the first or second attempt gives the information these players need. What a turn in this frame. Wow. Wasn't free-flowing by any means. Looks like it was looking like Serdar was going to maybe just eke out a victory, but Charlie putting Serdar in the snooker. And he's just claiming a lot of points here. There's the hit. Unfortunate part here, I think he's going to be in a snooker again because there's no, I don't think the path is there. Maybe does the brown go by the blue into the middle pocket? It's tough to see from our vantage point. Hardly having a glance at the scoreboard. Up 10, 22 points on the table. Yeah, I think he's just going to nestle behind the blue here. Just what Serdar did not want. Got the one cushion escape. It's possible he could pot this ball. No, he doesn't, but a good hit. But he's left it onto the middle. Charlie just needs brown and blue to steal this first frame. It's been a marathon of a first frame, that's for sure. We definitely were on the beginning stages of when this tournament was getting scheduled. It looked like there was going to be the seniors for the first 4 days, then a day break, and then come back for the next 4 or the open, but just how things worked out. Unfortunately, the seniors and the open are back to back. So maybe just a little fatigue of these players are setting in. But both were off on Championship Wednesday, so they should have some energy. Just got to be mindful of queuing over that pink. Doesn't want to commit a 6-point foul. That's best shot there, but Saridar's got a cue over this blue ball, so that makes it a little bit of annoyance. And I think he might have to use the rest or the spider. Just seeing how the refs get the various rests for Saridar. Usually it is up to the player to grab those implements, and when they're finished with them, they can pass it off to the ref. Yeah, that's popped out for a potential pot. It is tricky with that cue ball close to the cushion. There's a little bit of the phones going off again. Definitely, I think we should work on some signage, possibly, maybe. And, players and spectators coming in the room just to keep those phones on vibrate. It is a busy room, so I think it might add to the white noise that the players are just dealing with. Wow. Definitely a nice attempt there by Saridar. It seemed like that red was in the pocket and it just didn't want to go. I don't think he's got the snooker, but he's got a lot of distance, that's for sure. Almost like maybe you might want to go cushion first, hit on the left side of the brown so it shoots it down the right side of the table, and his cue ball will go off the left and maybe get behind the blue on a distance and cover up that brown. Yeah, great work by the team here. The CBBS team, the organization that deals with billiards and snooker here in Brazil. So there's a lot of chit-chat, and I realize snooker can be a social thing, but when there's a prestigious tournament like this, it's polite for the fans to keep the chit-chat to a minimal. Got a beautiful dining room here at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. So if they wanted to discuss some details or catch up, it's a great place to get a bite to eat. Presidente of the federation is here. Pedro is doing a wonderful job setting up these streams, getting this tournament together, organizing all his team members to help out. So hats off to Pedro and his team. Wonderful job. Now this blue to finish off hopefully this frame that has felt as long as the trip from Vancouver, British Columbia to Rio de Janeiro. It's been a marathon battle. There's the blue, so snookers are required. Probably just going to float this pink over the top left corner. So Radar just needs one 6-point snooker and then the black and the pink to force a black ball respot. So this frame not done just yet. Oh, terrible miscue there. So that's the first frame to bed. What a marathon adventure that was. Both players, I think, just going to go take a quick little splash of water on the face, and we'll be right back with frame 2 of this first match on our English stream table of the round robin stage of this Pan American Snooker Championship of 2003, live in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And we're back here with frame 2 action of this first round robin match between Charlie Brown and Sridhar Srinivasan. It was a marathon first frame. We'll see if both players give themselves a little bit of pep talk and said, come on, time to wake up. And the balls really went messy. It was just a slow move and just, you know, sometimes those first frames of the day are tough just to get in, get going. Ball's gone into the pack. See if referee Talise awards a touching ball. That is correct, touching ball. Yes, hopefully we can get on this table. I know we probably will be on the Portuguese streams, but we have a 13-year-old boy playing in this tournament. Great to see. You know, really fostering the grassroots here in Brazil. Referee Talise has got to really take a good eye here. Doesn't want to see any ball move there. Looks like probably this red goes to the middle pocket. Just bypasses the pack and the pink. Yeah, sometimes all it takes is just a quick word with yourself. Snap out of it. Definitely, with Charlie Brown hailing from the same area of Canada as I have, I've seen his game a lot. Sridhar, I just see a few times at some of the American championships that I've been involved in. So definitely know that Charlie can play a lot more better than that first frame. But he's got the first frame of this match on the board. Just needs one more for a victory. We certainly won't be happy with the match, but a win is a win is a win. But Sridhar wants to definitely debunk that theory and take this frame and the next. But it probably will, if it does go to a decider, we'll have a carryover. Charlie just wanted a good cue ball on that shot. Yeah, a lot of the great CBBS team just trying to keep the murmur down. But it's the first day. There's always a lot of matches going on. Some finishing, some beginning. Charlie's going to take off this red and get behind the black here. Just a little too much pace, but fortunate enough he hasn't really left a pawn on for Suridar. Shot by Suridar. He makes sure to get behind the black, but the fortunate part for Charlie is there's a lot of reds there, so kind of acts as one big red. Referee Talish just coming in to take a look to see if there's a touching ball. Not awarded, but there is a thin cut here for this red into the top left. Suridar just clarifying that there's no touching. He probably should have just taken a... More players just kind of look more closely at the balls to see if they are touching. I think the great Ronnie O'Sullivan famously once called out a referee that said he needed a better prescription of glasses once because he was surely thought the cue ball was touching a red, and the referee said it wasn't. Referee's decision is the final decision. But as they're growing here in Brazil, they do have a little caveat that obviously the referee at the table is in charge, but there are some great people behind the scenes in our media center that they can call on one of maybe the higher tournament officials just for a second ruling. But I think as we continue to see things grow in Brazil, the case will be that the referee's call is final, and if there's any disputes, discussions we'll have after the match. But just some of our referees have various levels of knowledge. Obviously they are passionate about the game, they love the game, they're willing to help out, make it grow, but they might not be fluent with all the rules, as our referee John Talish has spoke with me throughout the seniors tournament that happened the last 4 days, just making sure he's getting everything right. I'm telling him he's doing a great job. It's really beneficial having referees at all tables. It's a tough job for them too. You know, players get to have a seat sometimes when their opponent's at the table, but the referee's got to be always focused on the game action. Can't really take a break at all. You know, in between frames, the players could go and have a comfort break. The referee's got to stay at the table and set up the frame. So, kudos to all our referees down here in Rio. We really appreciate all their hard work. I think he's got an angle to come off the cushion and be on that red that's on the bottom of the pack to the right. And it should bypass that other red there. So, pink spot is covered. The ball, colored spot is covered by a ball. When that ball comes up, it goes back to the highest point value available. And in this case, the pink goes on to the black. It's one of those small little things that definitely a referee should be knowledgeable about. And all the referees are aware of that. Ooh. Did the ankle not go, or was that just... I don't know if that was a mishit, or was he playing safe? Looks like really it's left Charlie a little bit annoyed, but I thought the cut was there. Obviously tough to see from this angle, but Suridar, who's at the table, will know better than us. The cue ball tight to the top cushion, making the shot a little bit more difficult. Let's see if the power of the tee can help out Charlie Brown. As part of his supporters here has hopefully help them out. And sometimes can get a little chilly in the room here, but I think the conditions are quite nice. As when there's a lot of people in the room, it could get quite warm, but a hot cup of tea could just energize Charlie to turn the match around. Great long pot there. Let's see what he can make of it. To see, obviously, from this vantage point, and I'm just at the top end of the table. That's where our booth is. And this camera angle is not super bird's eye. Just don't know if he's got the angle to take the yellow into the middle and then be on the red that's just by the yellow right now into the yellow pocket. But you got to make sure the pot to stay at the table. If he takes the black, he's going to cannon into the pink. If he takes the pink, he's going to lose control of the cue ball. It's going to fire up table. Doesn't really leave anything on there for Sridhar. Yeah, Sridhar just having a good long look at just seeing what the best safety shot is. Maybe he's just going to try and draw back. Just really uncomfortable with this, just not sure exactly what to do. Taking this in to the green pocket. It's a long pot. Valiant effort. Just wasn't there. Yeah, sometimes you just got to grab the bull by the reins and maybe take on one of these reds into the left middle. Yeah, a lot of people over here at the media center. That's day one. There's a lot of matches coming to a finish here. It's a very nice, large, spacious room. They are able to get six 6x12 tables in here. We do have a nice media center here, which is good space as well. And also our tournament directors obviously in here, keeping the updates going. Charlie's just gonna graze against the black there. Well played. Well, there obviously was a blind cut into the top right with the black, but the fortunate part with him, if he was to miss it, his cue ball is going to shoot up table, and there's definitely lots of reds in the bulk, as much as there's not a lot of points up there. Obviously, you like to be at the top end of the table. You know, hovering around the black and the pink and scoring heavily there. First, Charlie thought he needed the rest, but maybe he does. Just got to be at the highest comfort level when you're taking the shot. Not happy with that. You know, a lot of these more experienced players, you'll see them get down on the shot, and if they're not happy, they'll just get up, recompose. Popped out a few. I want to just take that chalk, Suradar. It's one of the etiquette things. Well, the pink has come to his rescue there, but yeah, that's a shot that Charlie should have made. So both Charlie and Siddhar just not finding great form in their first opening match here at the 2023 Pan Am Snooker Championship. It's the open side. Finished the seniors yesterday. See a lot of the familiar faces throughout the next few days that were in the seniors, but also we have some new faces, which is great to see. They're just looking for a little bit of extra length. I think in the lush Amazon rainforest that they might be able to go out there and obviously kindly, you know, maybe chop down a few of those long trees and create some long cues and long rests. It's a tough shot there. He's really stretching, really using all of his length, all the length of the cue. Got multiple gadgetry, as you can see right there. Yeah, hopefully Charlie can put something here. Just boost his confidence. You know, he's playing again at 4 p.m. today. Most likely he might be on the TV table. We'll have to see about that. Obviously, he's found home here on this table. You know, one of the only bright white tables, actually. So both Charlie and I, Canadians, we had a little chuckle that it looks like the Kirk Stevens in reference to the great Canadian player that was famously known for wearing a white flashy suit, but also famously known for making a fantastic 147 at the Masters against Jimmy White. Definitely the game has changed since Kirk was over there on the pro circuit. It was a tough battle, obviously, for the overseas player coming from Canada. There weren't as many tournaments as there is now. They really had to run up and down the country of England doing exhibitions to make a living. And then hopefully when tournaments on, they could place high. But it was phenomenal, I believe, in 1982 at the Australian Open. In the Final Four, there was Bill Werbeniuk, Kirk Stevens, Cliff Thorburn, and Doug Mountjoy. So 3 Canadians and 1 Welshman. So Canada does have a rich history. Brazil is starting to get a great history with Igor and Victor Sarkis. Victor, who's on the Pro Tour right now. Igor, that was over there. Igor will be going to the Crucible Theater this May to represent Brazil and the Pan Americans, as he won a spot there yesterday in the Senior Championship. And with you have people from your own country doing well in sport, it just inspires youngsters to get involved in that sport. As the great Pele obviously made football down here pretty much the highest form of religion. Charlie breaks down on that 19, but building up a 17-point break or point lead. He leads the frame by that margin and has a 1-0 to frame lead. Definitely would like to get this one done and dusted. Doesn't want to have, you know, a suspension. Obviously, we're coming up onto their 2-hour time slot, and if they were to go to a decider, they would be taken off the table. And then when a 12 p.m. match reaches a climax, they would be put onto that table to finish their match. Come around just to take a look at the scoreboard. Very nice long pot there by Charlie. Yeah, there's some good history here in Brazil. Itero Santos is also in the tournament. Strong, strong player. He'd love to get onto the tour. He could be a threat to Igor. As well, I've been surprised by some other great Brazilian players. Zico, who was in the final yesterday of the Seniors Championship against Igor, had a strong campaign, just came across the giant that is Igor. Very tough player. Fabiano, he's a strong player. So there's lots of good talent here in Brazil, and the 13-year-old that we do have in this tournament makes the future look very bright here in Brazil. So I'm pretty sure you'll be hearing Brazil and snooker a lot in the years to come. Might just be fortunate that the I think it ran it a little bit long. I don't think the blue has covered up that red near the yellow pocket. Like it had, I guess. Probably trying to cover it up as well. But Sridhar definitely has a lot of work ahead of him. There's two reds up on that bulk cushion. With some top. So he's going to try and get down for that. Red by the black. A little tricky here. He's got to put his bridge hand on the cushion. You always want to get that bridge hand flat on the table. You got to steady it. Just deliver the cue on a straight line. Concentrated on just getting a good cue ball there. She has. So he's going to take one of these reds by the bulk cushion, getting it off. Ooh. Let's see that coming. Just a lapse, I think, concentration there by Sridhar. Nice effort on the cross double, playing with an element of safety. .24 in it and 51 points on the table. Green's rather safe, so that's a blessing for Charlie. But just being off that cushion a little bit, it's a great hiding spot if snookers were to be had. Charlie's going to take the long blind cut. It's dangerous. But great risk can produce great reward. He might actually go over to the right side. Or he might just hit it right in the middle and leave Sridhar in a snooker. Nice hit it and left a good cue ball. Just the drop of the cue, as you can tell, he didn't like that. Left an open here for Sridhar. Just a little bit in no man's land right there. Just came a little high, making this black that much thinner. Just doing a little housekeeping there. Cut is possible, but boy, is it thin. It's tricky. Oh, so close, so close. Unfortunately, now he's left it there, so this is going to be worrisome for either player. Don't want to cannon into that black. Or if your opponent is able to make it a red, the black is an easy 7 points right there. it crazy to call 2 cushions into the right middle? Maybe just skimming off that top side of the red, one that's in the middle of the black and the other red. Come up table after that. You almost want to take the right side of that red in the middle of the table. Definitely quite possible that you could cross double it into the top right. You might have a little bit of safety. I don't think you're going to cannon into that lower red. Just left the potential into the side. Just gotta be happy with that red. Just needs this black and the other red to put us into snooker's required stage. So, put a lot of concentration on this. Just assure the pot. Good angle on the black to come up table for the yellow. It hasn't been pretty, but sometimes you gotta win dirty. And it looks like Charlie Brown should be taking this match. Definitely won't be super happy with it, but definitely will be happy that a win is put to the good for him. Very nice cut, but you can kind of relax a little bit when snookers are required, and almost we're in that point of the 4 snooker concession stage. Well, now he's potting like a dream. He wants to stay at the table. I ran a little too close on that blue, but it's only the first match of the round robin stages, so neither player's going home just yet, but always good to get that first match into the win column. Serdar will have to battle. And we'll probably be stepping aside for about 15 minutes or so, just teeing up our next match. Definitely keep the stream going. We're glad you're tuning in to this 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship live here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil at the Rio Yacht Club. It's been David Burney mining you through this match. Not a pretty one, but it is all over there. So Charlie takes that by a scoreline of 2-0. And we'll be back with some more great snooker action from this great tournament in Rio. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship live in Rio de Janeiro. We're at the Rio Yacht Club. It is David Burney in the commentary booth giving you the play-by-play action here for another exciting match with the president of the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association, Iate Clube, donning the traditional black and white outfit, and he's going against Brazil's very own Rafael Rodrigues Langer, who is just at the table kind of giving our referee a hand, setting up the balls. It's referee Alavito will be the man in charge when we commence. We're glad that you're tuning in. We are up on YouTube. There's the CBBS page. We have 3 channels there. There's 2 in Portuguese, 1 in English. There's other tables that are in action, and that will be covered by our Portuguese-speaking friends over there. If you want any updates on all the results of this great tournament, check out CBBS's Instagram page. There is a link in their bio where you can click on that, and that will promote you to a page where you can find links to the 2 Portuguese streams, the English stream, and as well the results chart of this open, and as well the senior tab is there as well, so you can see how the seniors event went as we finished that yesterday. It looks like frame 1 will be coming to us very shortly. We're glad you're tuning in on the stream. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to let us know. Also, let us know where you're tuning in from. We'd love to hear where you're all viewing this global game, as snooker is played in over 100 countries. I see our friend DOA. Is that DOA the band from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada? I did not know if DOA is a big fan of snooker. That's great to see, but give me some nice compliments of the setup and the room over here at the Rio Yacht Club. So a Iate Clube to break off in frame 1, and we are underway, everybody. So Jay as well is the president of the United States Snooker Association. So he's doing wonderful jobs in America. He finds his way that he lives in San Jose, California. And he's doing wonders to promote the game in the Americas, coordinating with Felipe and Pedro, both great members of the CBBS. It's great to see. And not knowing much of Langer, but you know, definitely a lot of these Brazilians are inspired by their great local players. Igor Figueiredo, who is leading in his first round robin match, 1-0, and also in the second frame he's got a commanding 57-0 lead, as well as Victor Sarkis, who is over on the Pro Tour right now. So 2 Brazilians doing well, and that's just inspiring so many players over here in this beautiful country to pick up a cue, and youngsters as well, as we have a young gentleman, a 13-year-old, that has picked up the cue and doing battle in this tournament. Hopefully we can maybe get him on the English stream. I'm pretty sure definitely the Brazilians will love to have him on either of the Portuguese stream, but we'll see how that youngster fares. But it's great to see that he's jumping into the tournament full-blooded, getting his feet wet. Great to see for the future of Brazilian snooker. So we'll see how this one fares out. Obviously our last match on this table is a little slow moving, scrappy, not really, you know, the beautiful snooker that we like to see. But just talking to Charlie afterwards, just telling him no, a win is a win is a win. So as much as he's not happy with his performance, he is happy with a mark on the win column. And Jay Pradhakar actually was the man that knocked out Charlie in the seniors tournament in the first round of the knockouts phase. So we'll see if those two do battle again in the knockout round if they get there. There's a lot of great players here in the Open Championship. I kept my eye almost on the left red that was going towards that top left corner pocket, and just as it kind of pulled up, just glanced over at that other red that just slowly made its way home into the bottom of the top right corner. So probably no roll up here. Those first match jitters sometimes can get you. Brown has come to his rescue. Hasn't left a easy pot for Rafael Langer. Quite a lot of pace on that shot. Just feel maybe Langer just might not be fully experienced in the game. Obviously there's a lot of Brazilians that are very passionate about snooker, but just seeing how he hits the ball that hard, you know, it's just about proper technique and follow through. I've been watching Ajay. He's a very humble man. Yeah. Not wanting to be on the stream, say he's played terrible, but you look at the scoreline sometimes and he is quite impressive. He's just got the fluid stroke. He doesn't really power the shot in. Just relies on good technique. I think I wanted that to come back a bit more. Got a lengthy blue to the right middle. Was it mid-range blue? It was tricky. They are just keeping an eye on second table as Igor is on a 112 break and counting. The room has gone quite quiet. That's why we have a little pause here. Igor has 15 reds, 14 blacks. He's on the black here. This place is going to erupt. The entire room has stopped. when he breaks down on the final black. Got a good round of applause for everybody. A little frustrated boy with the yachts be sailing there, that's for sure, if that 147 went off. So back to business, but wow, you could just hear a pin drop on that last black. So. It was tough for Langer, obviously. Curing over the balls makes it that much more difficult. Now that match has come to a collision, where does Igor go? Does he cue ball right back? Put the black where it was. Nailed it the second time. That's a funny, funny game. Anyway, back to our featured match here. Gina Jaya Pradhakar of the United States of America and Brazilian's own Rafael Rodrigues Langer. She has the early lead in this first frame, 6-0. Be interesting to see what Langer can do when he gets into the balls. Just trying a little bit to find form. A foul has been called. Yeah. Jay just had to be mindful of that red. So does Langer here. But just that leg touched it just ever so gently. Jay might just clip off the leftmost red that's near the pink. Should have the able to get past that black, come back up table. Just to avoid the blue. Does so very nicely. Yeah, he's left a tempter. Gotta know your percentage is definitely a shot that you should be able to make, but there's no easy shot on a snooker table, that's for sure. Everything needs the utmost care. That's a nice shot. Yeah, it's one thing, obviously, putting together little breaks. The true test, obviously, of the players. Can you start developing reds? Because obviously some reds, and most often than not in the frame of snooker, if you're going to score highly, there will be open reds that you can take with colors, but eventually you'll get to a point where you need to start developing, creating good positional shots. So it's a very long red here for Langer. Might take that red on. I think he'd be alright if he was to miss the angle. I take it he might be able to come back up to bulk. Yeah, he gave it a go. Unfortunately, he's left a red to left middle for Ajaya. It is a thin cut. It's tricky, but it's potable. Yeah, have to hit that with a little bit of pace. Stay on the brown, and the brown was a good angle to come back down table. So another, not as long red as he had before. Kind of stabbed at that one. He's really opened things up. Actually, the pink has kind of gone up table. Jay's got to be mindful of it. As you see, his bridge hand is just a little awkward. That might have caused the miss there. Mindful of the brown. Just a subtle annoyance. But not a problem for the PABSA president, I should say. PABSA champion we haven't found out yet. We'll find out on Sunday. Scheduled start time for that match is 2 p.m., but we definitely have a long way to go. We've got the full batch of round-robin group stage matches. We've got round of 16, quarterfinals, and semifinals, and then finally climaxing with the final on Sunday, October 27th. Or not 27th, the 29th, my apologies. More difficult when you're using the rest. Finger's just got to be mindful of all those reds that he's queuing over. Very nice pot, very nice shot with that rest. Always a bit tricky, but you've got to be knowing that you got to be friendly with those implements that you can use, whether it's the rest, the spider, the long rest. The swan can make its appearance as well, the extended spider. It's a very large table, 6 feet by 12 feet, so at some point you're going to need to use a form of those rests, and just didn't roll enough. Missed it first time, but it was coming back and almost could have dropped in that green pocket. It's left an opener for Jaya. This open red into the middle pocket, or into the top right pocket, leaving actually a pink probably into the middle. I was getting ahead of myself. Hopefully Jaya doesn't. When he was on that red planning in his mind for what color to hit next, but when you get down on that red, that's all you got to be focused of. Can't be thinking of your color afterwards. Got to trust your technique, trust that you made the right shot. Yeah, the angle for the blue. Positively struck. Just for you at home, the scoreboard is located at the top of the screen there. Ajaya is the top number and Langer is the bottom number. So Ajaya has 17 right now and counting. And Langer is there at 11 points. This is the first time Rio has had this wonderful championship, so obviously they've done a phenomenal job to start, but obviously there's little nooks and kinks to work out. Obviously we've become accustomed sometimes to the great scoring overlay. I think in due time that will happen. One thing I must say is they do have referees at all the tables, which is a pleasure that these players are really enjoying. And referees are also acting as markers, so they'll keep the score up to date. And Big Bad referee Oliveira doing a wonderful job at this match. Yeah, pink was definitely a thin cut. So breaks down a little bit on that break of 13, but has a lead of 24-11 in this first frame. Jay going for a shot. It's early, playing a little bit aggressive. Very nice red. Well, Langer definitely can pot. Gotta watch out for this cue ball. Just fortunate enough that it didn't drop, but it's going to be I just wonder if he'll come off the green and try and get behind the brown. Just trying to roll up to the green. Make contact, so that's the most important thing there on those roll-ups. So often than not, we see sometimes some players just fault a little bit on the roll-up. Unfortunately, they don't hit that object ball. So then, one thing, it's a foul, 4 points for not hitting that ball. And then you've left your opponent pretty much with a free ball or being put it back in. maintain the J with that safety play. I think he's okay because I don't think that red passes the black into the top left corner. Looking for that. Is it tight to the cushion? Played that with an element of safe. Valiant effort there by Ajay. Those are always so tricky, but a beautiful shot when they're executed. I think he was tight. It was tough to see from our vantage point. Sometimes if it's a hair off the cushion, it's just that much more difficult when it's tight, resting on the cushion. As the old philosophy is, hit that object, ball, and cushion both at the same time. And sometimes they say just put a little side on it just so it kind of swings and makes the cue ball just go into that ball straight. Some philosophies. But definitely a difficult shot to master, but once you do and you can get the spot nicely placed, it's a beautiful looking shot because it just hugs that rail and goes all the way into the bottom of the pocket when it reaches its intended spot. The brown has helped them out there, I think. Maybe longer is just... Looks like he might try the cushion. Try and maybe cushion, then clip it in. But erring on the side of caution there. Would have been a lovely shot. Raise the hand on that fluke. Fortunate enough there because of the pace that it was going. If it had hit one of the horns, it might, or just before the pocket, it would have been an easy starter for Ajaya. But alas, it looks like a nice blue into the left middle. Can Langer stun down and kind of develop one of these reds on the top cushion. Just going to float down. He's got to remind himself to get that blue first. So missed the trick there. Not sure if Ajay is going to take this thin blind cut. The red closest to his cue ball into the top right corner pocket. Going to lose control of the cue ball. Fortunately, pink and blue are rather safe over there. Certainly gave it a shot. Can't harm him for trying. Fortunately, he's left the red that he took on. Langer's just got to be mindful. He's cueing over the pink and blue. I've seen a lot of the Brazilian players with these little mini butt extensions. Very interesting. I don't see many of them in Canada. I see more of the mini button than the big telescopic extensions, but so many tools, so many shots. You need to know a lot in this game of snooker. He's trying to develop those reds on the top cushion after that black and just missed that, so going to be running up into bulk. And a tight frame here, 3 points in it, 51 on. So no clear victor right now. It's not looking good for Ajaya. Langer has a red to the left. Bulk pocket. Well, he's going to come off the bulk cushion. Doesn't have the natural angle on the yellow, but that red is pretty simple down by the top left corner. Be just a bit higher on that black. Get the angle to come down for the red, so let's look him up table. Is it going to give it the power to come up and down table? That made that pot that much harder. If I was in his shoes, I'd almost be thinking just put full concentration on the black. You can get 7 more points. And then you're still at the table, and then see what you got to do with the red. You know, it might not be in a potable place, but there might have been an easy safety or potential even to lay a snooker. And unfortunately now he's left a long red on for Ajaya into the green pocket. Ajaya can't convert the trick. He's brought the pink out. Well, that's going to help out both players. Let's see how this blue works out, because definitely with 1 point in it, 35 on the table, we're definitely going to be going down to the colors. I'm sure of that. So close to that blue. It's in a great position for snookers, just off the cushion by a bit. Got a good angle on the pink to come up table. And just that blue. A trouble spot over there on the left side. Oh, he's trying for the snooker, wasn't trying to get the pot, and he has got it, so. Crafty business there by the Brazilian. Trying to tie up the American. Referee Alvedo coming in. All referees are equipped with this little marker that they have. It's almost like a marker that you would use in golf, just for you know, a bit more swifter of a respot. The cue ball needs to go back. So a lot of these referees are amateurs. They're here for the love of it. And it just takes out the guessing game, and getting back that cue ball to the exact same spot in a foul miss situation is just of paramount importance for both referee and the players. Swerve here for Ajaya. Just letting the referee take a look. And free Alvedo coming in to mark it. Hit there, we just didn't find hiding spot behind the brown and the pink. Langer has found protection. There might be a thin pathway here for Ajaya to hit the yellow. Oh, has he got the double, the long double? What is that? What a shot. Yeah, definitely raise of a hand to apologize for the fluke there. Wasn't intended, but definitely what a shot there. It's an early sting, definitely, for the Brazilian. Long green that's on as well. Tough going over the blue, and yeah, that blue is going to be a lot of importance here. I think there might be a bit of trouble here for Langer. Very nicely done by Ajaya. The referee just kind of seeing what path that Langer's going to take, and that will just justify where he's going to mark it. Yeah, another little scrappy frame on our English commentary table here. Charlie Brown and his opponent Siridar Shirini Vassan was in the first match. They were definitely battling it out. It was quite a long opening frame. This one is a little bit quicker, but you never know. It's growing with time as well. Now, different plan of attack for Langer, so the referee will mark it differently. And Jay will be putting him back. So this could be a a costly exchange here. Well done. These great players usually it just takes one shot to kind of suss out the situation. We'll tighten the bolts a little tighter on the brain box and make sure a good hit happens on the second attempt. And once again, Ajay looks like he's put him in a snooker quite possibly. Maybe not. The referee's not coming over to mark it, so. Yeah, Langer was trying to get behind that little brown and pink wall with his cue ball, kind of form a little Neapolitan ice cream feeling over there, but unfortunately he's left a long, tricky green. That cannon into that brown, wanted to get behind that brown, but hasn't left an easy opener for Ajay on this green. Going to do it again. He did it with the yellow, but not going to be doing it with the green. They double the yellow into that same pocket a few moments ago. Just having a look, I think that from my vantage point, it looks like it's tight to the cushion there. Still test your nerves right here, that's for sure. Just got to be very delicate with pace, slide it in there. It just hits the horn before it's going to shoot out. Just past horn as well. So didn't fancy it. Does need the blue and the pink to win the frame. Jaya needs all three. Oh, is he fortunate enough? Does the pink come to rescue? Yeah, there's a raise of a hand, so it looks like the snooker is there. surprised there. A referee has called the foul 6. So we had the replay there. So there. Just going to take a look at the replay. So good friend doing the Portuguese commentary, Januario, is just pulling up the stream on his phone. He just wants to take a look. As we alluded to before, usually the referee's decision is final, but they can confirm with the media center if a player is disputing something. So it's all hands on deck here, just trying to take a look. Just looking back at the replay myself, I didn't see a pink move. So the referee is apologizing, it looks like, as they're confirming over there, as I was just looking back on the stream myself. Just going to step aside and join the conference over there, because as I was looking, it did not look like a hit there on the pink. just after that big conference there, talking with them. Obviously, we had multiple referees coming together there and talking. Obviously, Jay was a part of it, but I tried to stress to our Portuguese referees that the referee's decision is final. That's the decision that needs to be made there. Obviously, the player's going to plead the case that they didn't hit the ball. You know, obviously the opponent's going to say, well, he did hit the ball, so that's why we have the referee, the impartial judge there. And they were definitely looking at back at ultra slow motion in the media center for sure. So Jaya does need a snooker there. You know, obviously the refs are there to enforce fair play. We have all, you know, Portuguese or Brazilian referees doing a great job here with the CBBS team, but you know, they've got to put their country and their bias behind them. They've got to put fairness is the utmost of importance. So unfortunately, on that commotion, Ajay has lost the first frame to Rafael Rodriguez Langer, but we'll be right back with frame 2. We'll see if some more drama continues. So we're just waiting for Rafael Rodriguez Langer to come back from his comfort break in between the frames. We should be starting frame 2 momentarily. Yeah, a lot of debate over that last shot. You know, it was played back here just in that interval between the 2 frames. The officiating team was even showing me on a large screen on ultra slow motion that the pink moved not more than a millimeter or even 2. It was so minute, so small. It was a good catch by referee Alvedo as it did move. Obviously, it's a little tough when the penalty was infracted on the PABSA president, Ajay Pradhakar, but they just wanted to cool his head. They did show him in between the frames as well that it was very, very minor, the hit, but it still was, because when they were having the conference after it happened, Ajay did come over. Ajay probably should have stayed in his seat. You know, he can at least protest it a little bit. You know, maybe getting some more heads on it, which the CBBS team did. And they should confirm themselves, and then they should come out with the decision, and it's the referee's decision. And if Ajay wanted to protest it further, he would have to probably write a letter to the president, which is himself, which would be interesting. Something that we've never seen before. But Ajay is not out of it yet. He's just lost the first frame, but we've seen so many times a player, you know, with their back against it, they come back and play in the next frame quite strongly and even take the next 2 frames. So let's hope that doesn't deflate Ajay's confidence too much. We'll just have to put that away, have the memory of a goldfish, move on. It is interesting. Don't know Langer that much. I'm not the fellow Brazilian. But at the beginning, it didn't seem like he was really finding rhythm. He was stabbing at it a little bit, but found something, came back. And showing that he can definitely play. This is a good start for Langer. Hopefully the snooker gods will even that out. It's obviously unfortunate. You don't want to see a match being decided by such a small call, but with the power of video, we were able to see what happened, but it was so minute. But definitely we have seen, you know, if you went back in that frame, there's probably shots that Ajay should have had and he missed, as well with Langer, shots that he had that he missed. So at the end of the day, it is tight, it is close, but I think the team made a correct call there. tip off this red near the black. Come off the top cushion and come back down table. Doesn't want to cannon into anything. Missed the cannon. Where's that white going? Yeah, living up to that famed quote there that's on the back wall by John Virgo. Unfortunately, maybe something was missed a little bit in the Portuguese to English translation, as they have "where's the ball going," but John Virgo is famously known for "where's the cue ball going?" Oh, where's the red going? Right into the heart of the pocket there. Great shot by Ajaya. Well, I think he's just gonna tippy tap behind this pink. The referee has marked the cue ball. There's a good hit there by Langer. Didn't give off any penalty points. I just wonder if it looks like the black is blocking that shot on the cluster of reds in the middle of the table, the one that's closest obviously to the pink spot. I wonder if that went. Ooh, very nice eyes there by Ajaya. To talk to our camera team there, getting might need that afternoon coffee. But we do have cameras on all the tables, but unfortunately they're just fixed on tripods. Lots of great coverage here, but hopefully as we can continue to grow, we can get people behind those cameras and give some fantastic angles, but it's baby steps. You know, this is the first time we've been in Rio de Janeiro for these two wonderful championships, the Senior and the Open that we're in now, the Pan American Snooker Championships. It all comes down to space as well, as we're accustomed a little bit in North America at times. We're going into active pool halls. Ooh, came up a bit early. This is at the pace. And is there a pathway? Does look like the pathway. He's not putting him back. But yeah, just going back to that point, a lot of time in North America, we're going into active snooker rooms. And some of these snooker rooms do have the little tables, as these owners definitely do have to create some income. As much as tournaments are a great thing for exposure for rooms, sometimes the finances don't come through, as the owners are very generously giving up their tables for weekend tournaments. Whereas having dinner last night with Charlie Brown, or actually just a end of day beverage, shall we say, he was complimenting on how nice it feels to be here. It feels special. You know, we've got a room just dedicated to the snooker. People are coming in and wanting to play. People are coming in and wanting to watch. And then in another part of the yacht club, we do have a nice dining area or a place for a beverage. So really getting treated nicely, and hopefully this can be the future for events with PABSA. Obviously, it's just dollars and cents, reals as they call them down here in Brazil, because these tables definitely take a lot of people power to move and set up. You know, it's I'd say if you're looking for a profitable job in America or Canada, table mechanic might not be a bad route. You know, and we're fortunate enough that at times the great Simon Barker from Sheffield, England, does come over to North America to set up some tables and does a wonderful job. But hopefully we can get some more local people, because then that will really help us maybe making those tournaments just a little bit more special. As a lot of hotels do have conference rooms. And with the conference room, they're great too. Yeah, just going back to that point, that hotels have the big conference rooms, definitely the capacity to house a fair amount of tables to make a tournament success as well. There's food and drinking establishments in the hotel, so people can go there when they're not having a match, and as well the rooms that are involved with the hotel. So hopefully as the game continues to grow, we can reach out to some hotels that were interested in helping the game. But right now in Rio de Janeiro, the Yacht Club is doing a marvelous job making everyone feel at home. We're going to go off the left side of this 3 reds here. Clip off that. Could have done with a bit more pace. It's a thin cut, but definitely potential for Jaya to put it into the bottom of the pocket. Just got to negotiate that green. The referee Alvedo just making sure that he doesn't touch it. Just a little unhappy that he kind of so strongly into those reds, wanted to play for the black into the same pocket. But he could use that yellow or that green to get behind that wall of brown and pink. Blue's going to help there as well. Wants to roll up to this red by the top cushion. Don't think he's got the angle there. So that is going to go back. So it is maybe. Yeah, that red on the bottom going to the side, but it is a tricky pot, that's for sure. So Jay is going to take the penalty points as he can. Just spot on. Look at that as we go back. Yep. Just taking a look there. Great respot by our referee. Well, that might run on a bit too much. Jay is definitely going to come over and take a look at it. Little by little, the adjustments are going to be made, so Jay is going to play on from there. Just doesn't have the right angle on the pink. I know he'd like to get that pink back down table. He'd really have to do a lot of work with his cue ball. Whereas this blue can go in the right middle, stun down, and hopefully develop some reds, or just play for the loose red down by the top, or the bottom of the bunch, which he's done there. On the right side of the blue. So you'll hear us talk about a lot about that. Right side of the blue, he's got as you can see, he's got the natural angle just to come down. Doesn't really have to do much. Obviously, if he was on the other side of the blue, he's got to go in and out of bulk to get back down for the reds. So that's why we refer to the right side of the blue. Nice easy shot into the right middle. Stun down, open up some reds. I think that red top the two. Just wondering if it does pass that red left of them. Is there a gap through there? There was a gap. And the raise of the hand there. Jay did not think the result of that shot was going to leave his opponent snookered. Our referee just coming around just to put his marker just in a different position. So he's got to hit a red ball and make sure everything is safe, which unfortunately he hasn't done. Between there, could have ran a bit more to once again be on the right side of the blue, or just pulled up and be able to be on that black into the right middle. So a lot of real estate that Jay is going to have to negotiate here, coming off this blue to come back down table for a red. Just didn't want to cannon into that pink. Looking so promising. Subtle raise of the hand there by Ajay, as he did kind of fluke the snook over there. Well, there's reds there obviously for Langer, but ooh, I don't think he needed to raise the hand up too much. You know, just as a result of Ajay's last shot, that red went by the yellow. But Langer made do and fired in a nice long red. Definitely tough at that pace. There's an angle here that Ajay can just stun this red and be around the brown, and the red should come back down to the top end of the table. Langer only has one open red. Swerve a little bit through that gap of the yellow and brown if you wanted to come on the red, but always not a for sure thing. It doesn't look like there's a path for that red. Definitely cut it into the top left corner as Ajay tapped on the table. It's got to run. So Ajay just holding his cue there. This referee didn't spot it. I'll take a look. All come to an agreement. The three spot as well. Another just a little short of pace. So looks like our referee is putting it bang on. Great job there by referee Alvarado. That's a better shot there by Ajay, so give up 8 points. Still has a pretty strong lead here in this frame of 44-16. 28, but 59 are on the table. Could have done with a few millimeters to the right for Langer. So Jay can get through, and it's a thin cut for this red into the top right. Oh, but just electing to play safe. Watch out for that cue ball. Yeah. Got a bad connection there on the horn. Just wanted. Short to mid-range red to start things going. He just couldn't get it, and he's popped that open for a Jaya. Tough miss. Langer just looks to the heavens a little bit there. A little commotion as there's a fair amount of turnover now. Some new matches are starting and others are finishing. And we're right in the middle of this one. Blue is just a little too far to take. Just wanted to make sure of the points. Using that nice little telescopic extension on his cue. If he's just feeling the, well, he's fortunate there. Jay is just feeling the fatigue of maybe playing in the seniors events. Langer was not in that event. Jay did play. There's our path for this. Red, can he get by? He can get by. It's tricky. Almost there. So close. He's got to hope that it just pulls up by that cushion. It does. Could have been a lot easier here for Langer. Nice touch right there. But is Jay gonna go for it now? He was tempted possibly by that red near the top right corner. But he might just push this other red close to the top right. Scooch down table. safety exchange here. But this is looking very nice for Ajaya. The snooker is just coming around to see what the score is. Difference of 33, 51 on the table. If he could, he'd love to just roll up just behind that red that's near the top right corner. Blue has come to his rescue there. I think as well as the pink. They're pretty tight together. Jay is taking on the double. Oh, a thin cut. He's forced Langer into hitting that red, but the pink is definitely going to obstruct the potting angle, definitely. Hit it in a fashion that doesn't leave the red on. As well, these two reds are potentially a plant down to the top right corner. So the referee coming over to put his marker down. So the referee will mark it, and there we can see just going to aid them a little bit. We're all doing our part. Help out those referees. It's a nice little tool that they were showing me yesterday about the overlay. Jaya getting into the act too, playing a little referee. Did not want that marker to get hit. Sometimes in the amateur game in North America, players are to spot their cue ball. That can be a foul if a ball comes and hits that marker. So Jay on the jazz to get that marker off that table and make sure no other ball cannons into it. Maybe, I think, a little bit of trouble here for Langer. Jay should be able to just stun into this. Bit of an angle. It was a potting angle too. Can he get by that? He could. He did. Well, we're just having a look at the score. 28 the difference. 43 on. Looks like he's going to go around the world with this green. I got a second thought about it. Getting up and recomposing himself. He just, I think Langer maybe should have just got re-up and just walked back into the shot. Trying to get behind that pink. Snooker, but wasn't available. So there's a bit of space there between those two reds. So Jay is looking like he's going to have to hit on the right side of that top red to shoot the red to the left and get the angle on the... It was definitely a tough shot, but he gave it all his might. And the result isn't too bad. Let's have a cut into the right middle. Looked like it had the line, it just needed the pace. Yes, he's got the snooker there, so referee Alvado's come in with his trusty marker. Able to snick it nicely. I wouldn't be surprised if Iate takes this thin cut in the top left corner. Gonna lose a little control of the cue ball, but getting red balls off the table is just to his advantage. Just don't know if there's a little angle on this plant. Oh, I think it was there. He just needed to hit a little bit harder. Gonna look for that area around the pink. Clip off the left side of this red, 2 cushions, shoot him up. Maybe take that third cushion and be behind that pink. Just a little strong a pace, but a great idea. Got a good cue ball, put it tight to the bulk area. Let's see See if Langer takes this blind cut. Definitely tricky. That follow through is telling you he was definitely willing it there. But he's fortunate. Might have the snooker there. Doesn't look like it as our referee is not coming to put the marker down. Might be a thin little window to hit this red. Just going to try and cut this red on the cushion in. Wow, that was a risky shot. And I don't think the red has helped him. Yeah, this is helping the Jay's cause. Getting those reds off the table. Got a simple green to stun down this. Frame ball right there. Actually, my apologies, he needs the red as well. So there's 32 in it right now. 35 on the table. So red for to put us in snooker's required stage. Just wanted a little bit of a cannon there. Hard to pull up a little bit shorter. Oh. That's a level of disgust there. But a 33-point lead. 27 on the table. 2 snookers are required here. Pink's in a nice position. Little wall with the green and brown. Also a tremendous little tight, smaller wall with the yellow and black. That's what he's playing for, and he's played it to perfection. He's going to go 1 or 2 cushions. Looks like he's trying for 1. Just don't give away the free ball. So when snookers are required, it does not go back. Does the Jay play a shot? Let's come off the top cushion and get near that black and blue wall. Or does he just slowly blind cut it into the top right? He's taking a look at the potting angle, so my feeling is he's going to just try and slowly roll it into the top right. Pinham almost came to his help there. Almost got that black and blue wall to help him out again. That's not a bad philosophy there. When your opponent needs snookers, put him in a snooker. So, Langer trying to swerve around here. Nothing is replaced, obviously, as we're in a snookers required stage. Jim might just flick off the right side of the green and try and get behind that pink. So don't think the pot is there for the green into the green pocket. So 36 in it and 25 on the table. Needs 2 snookers, and it looks like or 3 I should say. Might have got the first one. But obviously when you need 3, sometimes you need a good 6 or 7. Shot there. Langer does have the snooker. He's not going quietly, that's for sure. Fighting to the bitter end. Watch out for that cubo hole. Just flirting with the green pocket, but it's just a little shorter of pace. Who've been lovely behind that pink. This might be into frame here. So just needs to roll this to the brown, or roll this to the left middle with the brown. Fired it in, but that's a concession there, so we are going to be going to a decider. This is your warning. Get yourself a cool drink, because we'll be right back with a deciding frame of this exciting first round match in the round robin stage of the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship, live from Rio de Janeiro at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. We're back with this deciding frame, this exciting first match for these two in the Open Championship. Jaya Pradhakar to break off. We've seen more often than not, one player has taken the first frame. If the opponent has won the second one more times, that the winner of the second frame goes on to win the third and the match. So we shall see what happens. Definitely been a bit of drama, obviously. That first frame, there was a thin foul snick on the pink. Had a lot of conferences going on about it. And that's a way to start the frame for Mr. Langer, taking a nice strong red, long red in there. Fortunate problem is he's not really on anything, so he's going to have to come back to bulk. Usually in this amateur game, there's a few chances in the decider. Obviously, when you watch the program, they always just say, just get one chance to get in. But I think there's be multiple chances in this decider. I think whoever can get in and maybe score really heavily, as there's an opportunity potentially for a J. Well, he's got obviously the red into the yellow pocket is a rather sitter. But he's deeply focused on this red that's out in the open. Take that past the black. Some nice red to have there, as I'm pretty sure Jay will be trying to dance around and pot a lot of these reds down here. But if he needs to phone a friend for a lifeline, he's got that red down table. So, a good chance here for Ajaya. It's a really good opportunity there for Ajaya. It's nice red to be happily on the black for Langer. Looks like now this Christmas present is going to go home. And you're just eyeing it up. Not really on any. There is that red that's bottom of the pack. Just wondering what the angle would be. You know, if you could just run right through. It could be on the black to the opposite corner, but running a little far on this blue. Taking a look at these two reds. Yeah, didn't need to go in and out of bulk there. I think of the two reds out in the open there. The bottom one closest to the bottom of the screen. Looks like it will go. I can just stun into it for the black. Come off the cushion. Very nice. Opted for the pink. Smart decision. The referee, Alvaro's got to be on his game now. That's when that pink comes back. That spot of the pink is taken. It goes to the highest point value. Unfortunately, as you can see, that's not the case there. So he'll have to roll that pink spot on a line with the top cushion in line with its spot and get it as close as possible to its spot. So the pink has found home in a cluster of reds. Look. Ooh, how's your heart rate there, Langer? Big shot here. He's got the red just side of the pack is the potting angle there. It's got to be really certain now. Just refusing it there. Take a thin cut here on the right. Red. Just too thin. Yeah, obviously if that red in the open on the right side of the bunch wasn't there, no point in taking it. But really just did want to be almost 110% about it because the angle was there. It looked like obviously the natural angle is going to open up those reds, and you definitely want to make sure that that puck goes in and not leave your opponent an easy starter. Big area to roll into, but he might have just found the gap. And does he hit the black? I think he's just missed the black, so it's not that costly. Just with the overlay there. Referee Alvio checks with both players, as it looks good on our eyes, and both players agree. Canada into that. Black is good. White is good. Both players agree. So this snooker by Jay is really helping him. Oh, there's a good hit by Langer. But it's still early in this deciding frame. Be mindful of the in-off if he hits it too thin. Oh, we had a better angle on the cross double. Look at this. Look at this. Does raise his hand quite highly and proudly, acknowledging that he fluked it, but I'd have to say that I think, you know, those shots always are played with safety in mind, and if they go in, it's not terribly a fluke because there is potential of it going in. Nice shot there. Referee has not awarded a touching ball. He's at the angle to go into the middle. He does. Now does Jay play aggressive and go into the green pocket, or does, he's not jacking up that much. I think he's going to jack up a bit more to draw it back to be onto the top cushion. Very nicely done. Left it in a spot that obviously there's going to be a long red for Langer. If he had missed, nice little shot to cannon into that red to develop it and bring it out into the open. And for any results of this tournament, it's day one of the Open Championship. You can head over to CBBS's Instagram page. They've got a link in their bio. You can click on that, and that transport you into another page where there's the choices of the 3 streams. We have 2 in Portuguese, 1 in English, and as well there's a link there to see the tournament and all the players that are involved and how they've fared so far in their matches. So a great resource there. We're glad you're tuning in on YouTube on the CBS or CBBS channel. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to let us know. If you have any support you want to air for either player, I'm pretty sure they'll hear it through the Ethernet. Just taking a look over at our adjacent table. Jason Williams has won the first frame of his match against Marco the Monster. As you can kind of see him in the top right of your screen, he's a behemoth of an individual, that's for sure. Thought maybe he more be a UFC fighter than a snooker player, but maybe he's both. So a little 14 break there for Jaya to take the lead. 36-29 in its deciding frame. Has left a long red into the green pocket. See if Langer wants to take it on. He did. He just missed it ever so slightly. Now Jay has an open red to the right corner pocket. It's a little tough if he's glancing off the bunch of 4 reds. He might cannon into that red that's on the top cushion. Very nicely done. Does he have a path to the pink? Just taking a strong look at it. Sometimes how players just look at a shot and just kind of want to will it that it goes. So doesn't look like the pink goes. He's going to take on this long brown. Oh no, just play safe. There's a path. I think that he can clip off. That red, the unfortunate part is if he clips off that red, he's going to cannon the other red, and that red's going to go close to the pink and could knock the pink in to the top left corner pocket. He danced with the devil in one there. Good retort. He's put Ajaya tight to the cushion.
Bastante. Nenhum. Perdeu. Jones ganhou. Ganhou do Mota 2-0.
It's a nice gentle shot, definitely testing the levelness of the table, but our friends at JOCARI, or the manufacturers of these tables, came in and set them up before this tournament commenced last Sunday. Well, the first of 2 tournaments, playing the seniors and the open. The seniors has been done, finished off yesterday with Igor Figueiredo winning and booking his place in the World Seniors Snooker Championship in Sheffield, England this spring. What's up for grabs here in this lovely tournament is a 2-year card on the pro circuit. And this is looking pretty promising here for Ajaya. Touch shot here. Just wondering if he has the angle to go by, or is he going to have to... Yeah, looks like he's playing top. He can come through and just ever so slightly get past. And played it with some pace. Take it up. Luckily have that saving grace of a red up near the middle pocket. Just didn't know if he could hold for that red below the pink. Might have had to draw it severely, and that's going to put a lot more difficulty on the shot. got a slight angle. They can power this forward, yet playing a lot of top to get this green into the middle. Play for this red below. Pink, oh, he didn't have as severe angle as I thought. Let alone he's still on the red below the pink. So mission accomplished there. He's getting into his stride here. Jay is got an angle on the pink to stun down for the red on the top cushion. This actually is his frame ball right here. Oh, wasn't able to get it. But a decent 20 break extends his lead to 57-29. So 28 points in it and 35 on the table. Wow. What a snooker there. Fantastic shot there by Langer. Could be a one cushion escape here for Ajaya. So didn't want to can into that blue. Here's where the balls were. We'll see how referee Elvedo spots them. Might need a bit of our hand here in the media center for the blue. Spot on. So didn't give up too many penalty points there. Usually with these great players, you know, it takes one shot to just kind of feel it out and see the angles and slight adjustment, and they're able to do it. Just a little pacey there for the snooker. It's not tight to the cushion. It's a rather long pot. Does Jay play the pot or play the safe? This looks pretty good. Might be a little path. Our referee coming down to spot it with his marker. Oh, disaster.
É o jogo das 4, ainda está cedo.
It really would have helped out his cause. So now with that 4-point foul, there's 27 in it, 27 on the table. Ajay with ball in hand in the D. A rather elementary yellow here, but obviously when you're on the verge of winning a match, nothing is easy. That's always nervy, that first one, you know, it seems like it should be so easy, so you put a lot of unwanted pressure on yourself. We get that yellow. Green shouldn't be too bad. Brown is there. I think you're looking at the winner of this match right now. It's almost a little bit commiserations for Langer. He fought hard, but you know, just with that first frame drama of the little flick on that pink, you know, you didn't want that to come back and haunt, because there could have been quite a large protest from the president of PABSA, but I'll have to talk with him to see how things would have panned out with that if he wanted to protest the call, as he's the boss man. Probably would have gone to maybe a neutral party. I think that's going to be handshakes right there. Great match between Ajay Pradhakar and Rafael Rodriguez Langer, but Ajay Pradhakar does the business there. He wins it in a decider, 75-34, and we're going to step aside for a few short moments. Next scheduled match is looking like it's going to be at 4 p.m., but it's a roll-on, roll-off kind of philosophy right now, so that match might start a little sooner than later. It could either be Charlie Brown against Ryan from Brazil or James Power against Fabiano. I'm going to step aside and grab something lunch for myself, and I encourage you to do the same. And we'll see you back here soon at the Rio Yacht Club, which is the host of the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championships. We'll see you soon, everybody. Hello there, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying this match so far between Charlie Brown and Ryan from Brazil. Seeming this table seems to be the Charlie Brown table at this tournament. He's been on this table a lot. Looks like while I was having lunch, he's taking a commanding lead in this first frame, best of 3 match. It's 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championships here in Rio de Janeiro at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. David Burney is in the booth giving you the English commentary. We've got our great friends as well, Gennaro and Danielle, doing the Portuguese commentary on our other streaming channels. And yeah, let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, we've got an active live chat on the stream. Appreciate to hear from you. Seems like, I guess, Charlie's probably found a little bit better form than he did in his first match of the day. Certainly was a grind, and when this frame comes to a conclusion, we'll just kind of adjust a little bit of the camera. Looks like someone might have run into that a little bit. Looks like Ryan has got a good cue ball, put it tight. Daryl is our DOA viewer from Nova Scotia. Glad you're enjoying the stream, Daryl. For a second there, when I saw the DOA, I thought it was the great punk rock band from Vancouver. Yeah, hopefully someday we can get out to Nova Scotia and have a good snooker tournament out there. There would just be the Nova Scotia Provincial Championships. Start small maybe, and then maybe a little down the way a Canadian National, and maybe even Nova Scotia could be the host of this great international championship. Not sure what the setup is out there in that great province in the Maritimes. But there's got a lot of rich history, obviously, in Nova Scotia. Many great players. So Charlie's got a 61-0 lead, but there's 75 points still on the table. And Ryan, it's an easy opener here. The only tough part is a lot of those reds are in the bulk area. Yeah, he doesn't need all blacks with these reds, but having them up there in the bulk area, it's just not going to do wonders for youngster. He looks rather young, Ryan. I'm not sure how old he is. Obviously, we have a gentleman in the tournament that's age 13. Rayan's score is on the top of the scoreboard that's on the top of your screen, and Charlie Brown is below with the 61. So with 47 in it, Charlie just needs a red to push us into the snooker's required stage. It's the day one of this Open Championship. We concluded the seniors event yesterday with Igor Figueiredo winning a commanding 5-0 victory over Zico. It's definitely impressive watching. Igor, he's just a phenomenal player to watch. Just once you get in, he's just so fluid. There's a fair amount of great players down here. Actually, my apologies. He does need. Charlie needs another red to put us in the snooker stage. Not that last red that he just got. If I was Rayan, I'd almost be looking to see how he can get behind that pink and maybe get a few snookers. Looks like Charlie took that note. That's with a difference of 48 points and 3 reds up by the bulk area. Charlie can be a little bit more aggressive here with a quite commanding lead. You know, those maybe lower percentage reds potentially jump in and take them on. But he's bringing some reds back down the table with a few of these misses. Yeah, it's interesting. These rests that are at the end of the tables I've alluded to before, they're not as short as the rests that you would commonly find in North America and in England on the ends of the table, but they're not as long as the long rests, so they're kind of a mid-rest somewhere in between. They actually do only have one of them at the table. As the other end of the table, there's the spider. Because majority actually down here in Brazil, they do play on 5x10s. So some of these players aren't used to the rather big but official size snooker tables at 6x12. If has a little angle to get back up there for that red, he's able to take this black in. It's going to be a 30-point difference. So obviously doesn't need black or pink with that red. Would require the blue. Wow. Do that quite nicely. A lot of force there. It'd be extremely accurate. It's going to afford to take the brown actually. And then run out of the colors for a black ball respot. Ooh, just ran a bit too far. He's furious with himself there. He knew he had a chance that he could steal this frame, taking that blue and then running the table. He's left a chance. It's not a simple chance, but when is there ever a simple chance on a snooker table? Just getting up, recomposing himself. Didn't like it. Just got to be all systems go, mentally and physically ready to go. That should do it. See, putting that black towards the side cushion definitely helps Charlie, as Rayan needs it. Has formed a little bit of a nice wall there. Yeah, obviously when your opponent needs snookers, it's a little bit easier to kind of float balls in. There's not that pressure if you miss. But give Ryan some hope there. He did battle back to make it a little bit interesting in this first frame, but Charlie's taking that frame 71 to 36. We'll be right back with frame 2. We'll give that camera a little tweak and hopefully give you a better viewing points, and we'll be right back. And Rayan has returned from a little pep talk with himself. We'll be ready to go for frame 2 to break off. Just the referee having a discussion with one of the fellow Portuguese commentators. It's a tricky job. You got to keep focused as a referee. Yeah. They don't want him to get in trouble with the tournament director. There's lots of matches to get through in these opening stages of the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship. We've got 40 players. So there's 8 groups of 5 players each. Top 2 will move on to the knockout round. And the round robin finishes midday here in Rio on Saturday, followed by the first round and the quarterfinals leading up to Championship Sunday with the semifinals and finals. And who are we going to find out that is going to get a 2-year pro card? Every snooker player's dream. Dreams can happen in Brazil. They happened last year in Toronto for the American player Ahmad Ali. Nicely done. Iran. Just wasn't able to develop any other reds after that blue. Taking a look at this long pot, he's eyeing it up. It is early. Be able to get the behind the black and run back safely. Yeah, if Charlie couldn't get back, I think the Saudi would have gone for just a safety off one of those reds on the side cushion. Well, he did leave a long pot out for Rayan. And Rayan has a chance. Just got to be mindful of that red. Can't let any part of your body or your shirt or your pant touch it. I think that just made him a little nervous on that. Yeah. Jesse was a little kind of an awkward stance. So he's left an opportunity for Charlie Brown to get in. Yeah, they call him Downtown Charlie Brown back in Canada. But luckily we're safe and secure at this Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club, as some of us from out of town were a bit startled by the news of a little bit of gang war that happened in the north part of the city. Quite unfortunate, because it is such a beautiful place down here in Rio, and everyone here at the Yacht Club and the Brazilians that we've met, us out-of-towners, everyone's been so friendly, so kind, so warm and inviting. It's just a shame that, you just see that unrest happening. Talking to Charlie, was like mentioned to me, he's like, I really don't like these early morning matches, as he's been on this table a lot at 10 a.m. Excuse me, 10 a.m. kicking off our broadcast on the English side. I should let him know, well, does he want 10 a.m. or does he want to be in a group with Igor Figueiredo or Itoro Santos, two favorites, two great Brazilian players. So sometimes you just can't win with these players, but you'll see more often than not, they're always just shaking their head a little bit, but that's like a true professional. They're never really satisfied. However, these are amateurs, but never satisfied with the shot. You know, always knowing that they could do better. Just striving just to be in the picture perfect position. So long red is left open here for Rayan. Let's see what he can make of it. Definitely trusting the table, but the table beds are running rather true. Little gripes here and there, maybe about the cushions a bit from various players in the tournament. But obviously, you got to take into account of what the results of their matches are. One thing is definitely, yeah, you and your opponent have to play on the same table, so they're both dealing with the conditions. You might want to lean a little bit maybe towards the Brazilians, as up in North America, we do have some friends from Mexico as well in this tournament. That the JOCARI tables aren't native to us above the equator, so Brazilian players might be used to the rolls and bounces of these tables, as much as they look very, very pristine, very nice. Obviously with an international tournament like this, they're not sparing any expense. Looks like Charlie might have been eyeing a plant in there. Maybe seeing how he can take a red and can it into that red that's closest to the top left corner. 2 for the price of 1. Double trouble for Mr. Brown. Don't see that often, but he'll have to be on a color, and then he'll come back to a red, obviously. Not 2 reds at once. Doesn't mean then 2 colors at once. Looks like you can kind of roll this into the middle. I thought I might be playing for the red to the right of the pink. She still might be. And it looks pretty good beyond the blue. I could do with being rather straight a little bit, as that red is poking its head out on the left side of the table out in the open. I'm playing for this off the blues on the right side of the blue, so it's just a little stun. Played brilliantly. Can run through here. Get maybe low side of the black. So his natural angle takes him up. That other red that's those 3 in a row near the pink, the bottom one. Might have been able to come 2 cushions here. Just selecting for the 1 cushion. He got into that just a bit more than he had liked. So, might be left with the double into the middle pocket. Very nice. It's going to be pretty tough to hold for any of these reds out this black. So there might be in store for another double. Took his medicine, a nice little 23 there to catapult him into a 32-15 lead in the second frame. Just be a little unlucky there. And Charlie can get by that red. Put this red nicely into the top left corner. It was there. It's no worse a feeling than that when you have really a sitter of a shot and you miss it and you leave it just plumb for your opponent. I'm not sure exactly where in Brazil Rayan plays out of, but he's got good technique. A lot of these Brazilian players do. There's a little bit of a plant there. It's tough with space between the balls. Didn't want that cannon. It's looking like that was a wild shot, but he was going to be let off. But you know, white hitting that pink as it was on its way back up table has left a easy open here for Charlie. sprung off that cushion. Thought it was going to slowly roll to be on the black. So, long range blue to the green pocket for Mr. Brown. Or is he thinking something different? Let's see if you can find a way. Pink might be that way to get behind, or yellow I should say, is the way to get behind that pink. Or maybe just taking the pink and getting behind the brown. That's not bad. I think he's taken out that red on the left cushion. Can't hit that. Black is covering the other red. There's this red that's out in the open. You wouldn't dare be tempted to cut that into the top right. Would you, Rayanne? But unfortunately with the cannon into the red by the black, it's pushed a long red out for Charlie. It had some distance to travel, that's for sure. Made it difficult. He's fortunate he hasn't left anything easy for the Canadian. Obviously that thin cut to the middle is there. That's definitely risky. Less thin of a cut to the top right corner for that red. What I was alluding to. All right. One red was dangerously rolling towards the top left corner. Could have been an easy starter for Rayan. As we saw in that end of that last frame, he really was out of it for a lot at the beginning, but stormed back and looked like he was going to make it very interesting, but unfortunately he just didn't get shape on his yellow after the blue broke down. An unfortunate missed safety shot let Brown back in, and the Canadian took the first frame of this best of three match. Needs one more to win the match. Takes on a nice red. Look out for that white. He's just looking up at that Christ Reformer statue in the sky. It's a short drive away from where we are here in Rio. Just wondering why the gods do that to me. Great long pot by Rand, and then unfortunately comes off the top cushion and rolls right into the bottom of the green pocket. just a fraction little too fat. A little bit thinner and Charlie would be in paradise. As his opponent would be in a lot of trouble, and that cue ball would have been right behind that black. It's a tough thing about this game. Sometimes just a difference of a few millimeters. I was hoping to get behind the brown there. Definitely looks easy on the TV screen, this red to the right middle, but definitely very difficult. Yeah, I wanted to hit it with pace to get down for the black, but even having this bridge hand on the cushion increases the difficulty of it. Right, and now has a long pot to the green. Pocket, draw it back for the black. Very nice. These Brazilians can play, that's for sure. Hopefully we can see more of them at next year's tournament, which is to be announced. Obviously, take a look at PABSA's website at PABSA.org. Not sure when the announcement will be made of when these two great tournaments, the Pan American Senior and Open Snooker Championships, where they will be held. But if you're a betting man, I can guarantee it's going to be somewhere in North or South America next year in 2024. But we're definitely having a blast this year in Rio de Janeiro. Once again, trying to put brown behind the brown. But came up a little bit short. Charlie's just going to take the left side of this red, shoot it up the table, maybe come off two cushions and behind the black. Does it have pace? It's going to need that blue, which is pretty tricky. I'll take the yellow here, obviously. As there's a red that just pocketed, he can have the yellow, but the yellow will come back. As that's the first ball that needs to go down in the sequence when we get onto the colors. Green would follow the yellow onto the brown, blue, pink, and black. That's the sequence. Always an important thing to know when you get down to these colors, as many of these frames do. Referee just having a look there. Charlie coming over to take a look. Thought it might go, I guess, back on its spot, but obviously Charlie, a veteran of the game, knows a bit better. Oh, he's found the brown to get behind. Yeah, you wouldn't really have a problem if that blue wasn't there, but that's just frustrating him just a little bit. Might be 2 cushions possibly, but I have to put some side. Shouldn't be a difficult respot there. Yeah, at first the referee called a free ball, but on second judgment, usually in most tournaments, obviously it's I think it's a nice respot right there, as we can see by our respotting cam there with the transparency. With all the referees, they are amateur referees. We're thrilled to have all the referees helping out. We've got referees at all 6 tables, but the experience of them vary. There's a good hit there by Charlie, and almost gets the pocket. So 8 penalty points to Rayan. But I think the referees put it on the wrong score there. Okay. And Januario is coming in to give hand. Cooler heads prevail. Yeah, there's a great family here with the CBBS. But lots of pressure on a big tournament like this. A lot of these referees haven't been involved in something like that. Yeah, that's why the players can just question the call of the referee. Usually in a professional setting, the referee's word is final, and anything that wants to be protest will take place after the match. But just as our referees are learning here, We do have some friends in the media center that are very well versed in the game, and they can come in and help out. That was the case there. So, on to the colors we are. 5 points in it. The Brazilian Ryan is ahead over the Canadian Charlie Brown, but still anybody's frame here. Obviously, Charlie liked to take this one. This will be his last match of the day. He'll be coming back, I believe, at 10 a.m. And if you're a bookie, I'm pretty sure he's going to be on this table. He's been finding a lot of his matches to be on this table. Just it's the streaming table for the English commentator, myself, David Burney. Definitely Charlie likes he brings a good viewership, that's for sure. He's definitely a fan favorite back in Canada. Been around the game for a long time. Do hope that our good friend Mary Griffiths has found the stream. She's the president of the Charlie Brown fan club. That Brown is in a good spot there for snookers for Charlie Brown. Didn't get the snooker, but his safe is there. Just got a 10 with the green here. Yeah, he's just kind of in between shots there. Just tough to see that what would work. Yeah, he's got a mid-range shot. To the top left corner pocket. Stun up for that green afterwards. Oh, electing to go into the middle pocket. Took the distance away that the object ball had to travel to find a home in the bottom of a pocket, but unfortunately the cut just wasn't there. Rayan doing his best to try and push us into a decider. We'll need the brown and blue. Oh. You can't do that. It's going to give him nightmares tonight if he's to lose this match. He knows that was a great chance. Just missed. Just waiting for the adjacent table. As you can see on the right side of the screen, a player at the table. It's a nice screen. This brown to tie us. 18 points on the table. The tournament organizers are doing a great job of trying to keep the audience just relaxed a little bit. Tough with the 6 tables going, lots of moving and shaking. Trying for the double, there's almost the treble. Does the advantage swing? Whoever gets the blue. 'Cause if you get the blue, you just need the pink. Definitely on. Just obviously a little bit more tricky when you have to use the rest. Charlie Brown coming in around to take a look at the score. Sees that it's tied 44 apiece. So he definitely knows he needs blue and pink. And looking where that black is rather a gimme. So a lot of importance on this blue. If he is able to get it, where is he on the pink? It's theirs, it's got enough pace. A little disgusted, want a little bit more pace, maybe better. Closer to that pink, make the angle not as acute. I think he's just eyeing where can he put this pink ball and cue ball just to make sure it's safe. Might be okay. Rayan, how you feeling? It's really revving up the machine. This is a thin cut. It is there. A lot of pressure. Wow. What a pot. Pressure pot there. So this black to steal the frame and force us into a decider. Thought about it a little bit, but what a shot there by the man from Brazil. So he takes that frame 57-49. And we'll be right back with a deciding frame in this match. Best of three. It's round robin action here at the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship live in Rio de Janeiro at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. So everyone was just taking a little break there, including our referee, so both players are back at the table with a decider coming up. Just found out actually that Rayon's dad is Zico, who made it to the finals of the senior event. And our good friend John Talish, the referee, has told me that Rayan and Zico are always in the final together at a lot of their tournaments. But there might be a little disadvantage there, as father sometimes doesn't like to see his son lose and might miss the occasional ball here and there. So it'll be interesting if they face off at some point at this tournament. But our referee is ready to go. He's back at the table. He's got his remote to keep score. Charlie Brown to break off. Deciding frame here. And a best of three round robin match. If you want any results, definitely take a look at CBBS's Instagram page. They have a link in their bio. From there, you can click on any one of the three streams we have. We have 2 Portuguese channels going and 1 English. And as well, there's a tab there that you can click on to find all the results and when the matches are scheduled to go. Obviously, we're playing a roll-on, roll-off kind of philosophy. Just kind of, if a table is available, they try and get players on as soon as possible. Just in the spirit of keeping the tournament going. So, what break Charlie has. I'm not sure why there was a spot there, as obviously Rayan could hit a red. black a little bit safe. But got a good cue ball. Created a little cluster with the yellow and brown. We'll see how that works out. So that's a good target area to get behind to put your opponent in a snooker. And Charlie kind of brings that black into play. I think that black definitely does go past that red into the top right. And it's a decent opener, but probably will be playing up for the blue here. Looks pretty straight there. Don't know if he's got any kind of angle there. The referee's got to eye this one up pretty closely if he's going for the red by the black. Maybe it was a bit further on the table, but just looking at the camera angle there, you have to be pinpoint accurate to hit the red first instead of the black. He's going for the jugular there. Wow, great pot there. That had some risk, that's for sure. Angle on the blue. I think you'd mind being actually just a little bit straighter on the blue. That red's in the open to the left side of the table. This could be actually a straight in pink. This red actually passed the black. He's going to negotiate the blue as well, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. Nicely done, his options. Blue to the side, black to the top corner. a lot less distance to travel, obviously, for the blue. Wasn't able to get it, but he's fortunate enough that he's got a good cue ball against the top cushion. That's not a fun position to be in. A lot of thinking's got to go on here. Find your path back to bulk. And that red that's right. The pink. Just maybe. Get path there. Come off the right side. Top cushion. Maybe side. Hopefully don't cannon into that red. So thought differently of it. Lots of bottom to draw back. That black's a little bit of a it's there. Covers the path for that red into the middle. And he's got some distance to travel for this red into the left, or black into the left middle. I think the black will go back on its spot, just tricky to tell from our camera angle here. Clever shot using that cluster of yellow and brown. Referee looking into his bag of tricks there. is there from the pot. Be a dangerous pot to take on because if he misses, he's canning into those reds and really would open them up. Ooh. Didn't account for the in off. Just Charlie waiting for the referee to tally up the score just to make sure you can see the accurate reading. Obviously that will influence his shot. He's got a 14-point lead early in this deciding frame. Charlie, the 2018 BC Open champion, held back in Richmond, BC. He's going to come off one cushion and hopefully flick off a red and get himself back into the bulk area. Oh, just a thin cut on that. Gotta look out for that cue ball. He's okay. Tight to that cushion. These are not nice places to be as you're cueing down on the cue ball. Not a lot of the cue ball to hit. You don't want any put on any inadvertent side, which can happen when you're cueing down on it. Our friend David Putty has come up with a technique kind of with your backhand, kind of lean the grip forward a little bit so you're kind of pushing down on the cue. And he swears by it. He's never miscued one of those shots since. Gutsy attempt there. There's going to be a lot of extensions needed to happen here. That red is potable. Charlie just coming down to take a look at the angle. Hopefully he can come off the cushion, stun off the cushion and be on the black. Charlie just wanted to be 100% sure. Doesn't want to leave anything to chance here. They might come off actually a couple of cushions. actually looking at that rest now. I've alluded to before throughout this entire broadcast of the seniors and the beginning of this open tournament, as the rests are not the typical size of the rests that we're used to in North America that are on the ends of the table, and they're not as long as the long redwoods, as we like to call them, that are on the sides of the table. They're probably rests that are the perfect size, or the long ones, for a 5x10 table, which they play a lot here actually in Brazil. They're not too familiar with the 6x12s. Just looking up where he needs to be for the brown. So this red into the top left corner. Ooh. Well, he has a decent lead of 35-6 in this deciding frame, but Rayan isn't a slouch. He knows what he can do. He's got a rather easy starter. Oh. He wanted to be so delicate because he wanted to hold for the black. Yeah, well, decision time. Does Charlie want to take that easy sitter there? There's also that red that's just away from the middle little pack there. Once again, the creativity of Mr. Brown has come in here. Put on a long stem rose here. That's just experience right there. Takes a great artist to paint a masterpiece. With a cue in hand, you can make these balls do wonderful things. So this could be pretty straight. Just needs to draw back ever so slightly. Got into that a bit. Yeah, I think if that red wasn't up there on the bolt cushion, he'd probably be running and hiding after this. These reds, neither of them his favorite shot. Yeah, fair play. So again, Rayan is perplexed with the same problem as that red's up there in the bulk area. Can't just glance off anything and clip off this a couple cushions, hopefully get behind the black nicely. Or a double? Ooh. Yeah, a little shot to nothing there. Obviously, I think safety was more paramount, but I'll take a red. Only going to help him the more reds he takes off the table. As you can see on the screen, that's not a smile of happiness. A little annoyed with that last shot. All Rayan could do is play safe. He tempted Rayan to put this red on the left side of all these reds near the pink to go into the left middle. It's a long red to the left up into that yellow pocket that's just right of the pink. Just decent pace. He might just still leave his cue ball in the middle of the table. Maybe he spotted this red, the second just below the pink that's going to go through the gap and into the middle. Oh, so close. So close. These are starting to be real costly mistakes here by Rayan. Can't leave Charlie Brown easy starters. This red has definitely covered the pawning angle for the blue. And just shaking his head. It's definitely a very, very thin cut on that black. Just gonna fire this brown into the yellow pocket. Scoot around the table. What's the dilemma here? Sometimes walk around the table just like, if you don't have the shot, you're just like, well, if I was the next shot, where do I not want to be? So that's where I can put my opponent. I think he's taking this down the cushion, is he? No. Just wanted to have a good cue ball, put it tight to the cushion. Yeah, it's definitely getting quite busy here in the room. Audience is growing as the day progresses. Just going to put added pressure to the players. Sometimes you can hear the broadcast, some of our tournament directors just trying to hush the crowd, give the players all the best atmosphere they can get. Marianne definitely has a starter. Get in as you're going to play it with bottom to hold for that black. Make the shot that much difficult. Ooh. Did play it hold for the pink or the blue. And Charlie Brown pretty much sprung out of his chair like a jackrabbit there. just unfortunately didn't can into any red or any pink or blue down there. A little unfortunate. I think this red is high enough that he can. Oh, it was there. He's left it on for Rayan to that same pocket, the similar red. I think that he'll be naturally coming up for a bulk color. Come up nicely on the green. Good angle to come back down table. Yeah, what can Rayan make of this? Brazil is trailing by 43 points. But there's 59 on the table. He's faltered a little bit on some reds that I thought definitely were going to find the bottom of the pocket for him. Hopefully he can just calm his nerves here. Just a little unfortunate. Maybe there's a little lapse of concentration there, as that pink went back on its original spot and just blocked a beautiful path for that red. So now he's going to kind of come up table for a bulk color. Because he has left himself a thin blue. It is missable. Does that pink? Oh, I don't think the pink passes. It may though, actually. Second glance, it does look like it passes the red. So often we've seen the player that wins the second frame usually wins the match. Sometimes their score by lines 2-0. Sometimes they're 2-1. He's going to use the spider here, so he's going to be queuing down on the ball. Just makes it a little bit more difficult. Has to attend to it with a bit more care. Referee's got to keep a good eye on this. Make sure that cue doesn't touch the pink. Yeah, that's what the spider can do. He knew that was a blown opportunity. He really could have scored high there. 29 points ahead of Charlie Brown. Leading the Brazilian in this deciding frame. Best of 3 round robin match. Definitely would help Charlie if he can put these red balls, obviously, up to the bulk end. Limit the chances of Rayan scoring heavily with them. The gap is going through that yellow and brown there. Well, he hit the gap. Wasn't the path line to the pocket. But nonetheless, he's brought his cue ball back down table, and those reds up there. Really at most that they say up there. It's looking like 10 points possibly, just with the two potential browns. You could swing up and down table, but shot there by Charlie, just nestling up to them. Didn't need to do too much. Freehand can clip off and miss the green. But looks like there's going to be a gap, obviously, between the green and brown to hit a red. Oh, the battle is on a snooker table. It's getting tense here in this decider. We should be able to clip off the red just above the yellow and get his cue ball. Thought he might hit more powerfully and come down table, but he's got a better vantage point than I do, being down on the table. So it's not all powering at home. There's touch shots. We got very fortunate with that rub against the blue. Red was out in the open just to the right of the green, but potential shot to nothing here. Clip that red on the left side, shoot it towards the green pocket. More clever shots. You've outsmarted me again, Mr. Brown. Very nicely done. Ryan shouldn't have a problem hitting a red. The only problem is he going to leave a red on? Unfortunately, he has. Lucky for him, though, that cue ball has gone pretty tight to the cushion. A little bit of space, just to make it a little bit of annoying bridging for Charlie. It's fortunate that there's that safe red. If Ryan is able to make this long pot. Always the trouble when you sometimes get into these tactical affairs. Your delicate shots back and forth. You forget to add a pot sometimes. Once again, here's a shot to nothing, I think. Charlie can take this red left of the blue. Take it in the top right corner, come off two cushions, and shoot himself back into the bulk area. Try for it, tried to be a bit safe, and that just unfortunately just popped up. But then unfortunately, the angle that Rayan has, it's going to be a bulk color. Definitely would like a more higher value color, but sometimes you got to take what you can get. Stay at the table. Increases his chances of winning. Just a huddle of referees a little bit around here, just letting them know that we do have a match in play. Not going to get the cover there. There's a lot of potential that Charlie can hit on the bottom side of this red. Possibly on the right, come off that cushion, maybe find some happiness around the yellow and green with this cue ball. Glancing at the score. 28 in it and 35 on the table. So red is his frame ball. So our referee's just doing something in Charlie's peripheral. So try to just let him finish his business. Where's this going? Where is this going? Oh dear. What a red to put in there. Raise of the hand for the fluke there. That made a lot of the brown fans breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Ryan, it goes both ways. Even in these short matches. And if we have any Canadian viewers on the stream, I believe Jason Williams will be coming up next on the English stream. He will be battling Eduardo Henrique Ferra. $34 in it, 25 on the table. We think that Ryan will be coming back to the table. He'll be coming back to the table in a bit of trouble. We are in the snooker's required stage, so that's not going to go back. That's just going to increase Charlie Brown's lead, make him breathe a little easier. This long pot doesn't look as difficult as it does when you don't have your opponent on the ropes. It's amazing how many times that those go in when snookers are required. So Charlie Brown on day one, once again, will have 2 match wins. Probably sleep a little bit better. Know that he was in at peak form. He's got some work to do. There's a lot of great competitors in this tournament. But Ryan, who we didn't know much about, the Brazilian, is no slouch. A bit of an exhibition there on that pink, dancing that cue ball. But, there's the handshakes there. So the Canadian takes out the Brazilian, but Ryan, keep your head high. You know, that's only match 2 for you. There's plenty of matches to happen. So we'll probably be back in about 15 minutes time for Jason Williams of Canada taking on the Brazilian Eduardo Henrique Ferreira. Stay tuned and we'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Pan American, I should say, Open Snooker Championship live here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. We're here at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club, a wonderful and beautiful establishment here, treating us all like kings and queens. It's a great match here. David Burney is in the commentating booth. We have Jason Williams coming all the way from Canada, taking on Brazil's very own Eduardo Henrique Faria. So Faria is set to break off in frame one. These are best of three matches. And Faria's son actually is in the tournament as well, the youngest competitor at 13 years old. So it's exciting to see how he fares in his first Pan American Championship. And Jason Williams was a few balls away of being in yesterday's final for the seniors event. And the Brazilian donning the blue and black, and Mr. Williams looking like Mr. Johnny Cash wearing all black. Both are ready for business. It's the early onset of this first frame. You can find all the streaming, all the information on CBBS's Instagram page. There's a link in the bio you can click on, and that takes you to a page where you'll see all three streams. Camera 1 and 2 are the Portuguese commentators, which are doing an excellent job all day long. And myself, I'm on channel 3 doing the English commentary for all you lovely people out there that are tuning in. And as well, there's a link you can click on that will show you all the results so far. It's day 1 of the Open Championship. And there's also a little tab there that you can click on for the seniors if you just want to see how that tournament all panned out. And if you have any comments or questions, feel free to let us know. Try and put them maybe in English, or Inglés, just because my Portuguese is not as great as it could be. I was trying hard to study up for this trip and come a few ways actually. I've got some appreciation of a little bit of my Portuguese from some of the friends that we've met down here, but putting together soliloquies and monologues, well, that's not going to happen in Portuguese for me. So Faria in first. It's a good angle on this yellow. Come back table. He was trying to, I think, play for that red that's top the black. That's close to the pack. I don't think he needed that much pace as well, because there are those two reds left of the pack that go into this corner pocket. So this one's a bit tricky. Got to be a little finesse work here. Can't really put your hand on the rest and put it on the bed of the table. Got to do a little ballerina act here. But very nicely struck there. That was difficult. It's those shots that we see when they're tight to the cushion. Yeah, we're just getting into the last batch of matches here in day one, but have no fear, we will be coming back tomorrow live at 10 a.m. Brazilian time. Might be 6 a.m. on the west coast in Canada. Might be about 9 a.m. Toronto time. Be sure to turn us in. And it might be a little bit in the afternoon to all our UK viewers. And that's where I'm going to stop, as we might get a little bit dizzy with all the time changes that I'm alluding to. Well, it's nice to see the black ball is available to each corner pocket, so both these players can score heavily, so gets in, might have a good chance. Faria is just taking a look. And he's going to put the Canadian back in. Just can't remember right now the name of this referees, but he's one of the more intimidating referees, as I think he double dips as a snooker player, snooker referee, and a ultimate fighting championship fighter. So and both these players were in the Seniors Championship, so they're used to a fair amount of these tables. Jason has played on this table. I don't think Faria has. Both green and blue have come rather safe, or good hiding spots for snookers. safety exchange here. Jason's just going to try and clip off the reds, come off that bulk cushion and nestle in behind the green. And Dia was there, just a little bit off. But fortunate enough, he does have a good result there, as his cue ball. Tight to the bulk cushion. Faria looking to do the same to get back into the bulk area. See, I don't think the green is there to help him. Yellow has blocked an easy path on the left side, so a thin clip here. Towards the blue, very nicely done. There's just so much respect between both these players. And throughout the tournament, as well, newcomers might be questioning why they're not potting any balls. Well, they both know that both players can score heavily when they're given a chance. Yeah, just Jason was taking a look at that black. She after this red. Yeah, this could be an opening to something wonderful. It is a tricky black, that's for sure. The spot is available. He's got to hit it with some pace. He's got to come off this cushion to keep the break going. Yeah, just that pace made that black just that much more difficult. But he's got that red just beside the pink into the middle. He certainly does. Great shot there. Stunned to stay on the pink. Looks like you might just be able to. Red's in the middle of the bottom one. Just stunned down for the black. This is some good stuff here by Eduardo. To run a bit more, a little fat on the contact. There is a red out in the open. It's not the easiest red in the world, that's for sure. And if he is to miss it, he's really leaving Jason a golden opportunity. Wow. This might be the first family of Brazilian snooker here. Black just might bypass the red in the open there. Eduardo having nothing to do with it, so he's gonna take on a long. Very nicely done. That green has helped out both players. Well, he's left a blind cut. Just wonder if Eduardo can hold for the pink. Because there is a clear path for that pink into the top left corner. This cue ball's got to pull up a little bit. unfortunate. First glance almost looked like he was angled on the yellow. We talk about angling, obviously that's when the cue ball's in the jaws and it's up against one of those jaws in the pocket, making a direct line to your object ball not available. Looks like he tried to force that one. Fortunate enough, I think he's got away with it unless there is a plant into that middle pocket. It's tough. It looks quite favorable here from our camera angle, but the man that has the best angle is the man at the table right now, Mr. Jason Williams. So obviously having a glance. Obviously the plant didn't go. Playing that red into the green pocket with element of safe. Maybe a little shot to nothing here with that open red. Eduardo just playing safe at all possibilities. Back to a safety battle we go. Wow, that's a great shot there by Jason. Whew. The referee's going to come over and just take a mark of that with their trusty ball marker, just making it very easy for them to respot. We do have the ability to take a screen capture and give the referee some assistance. It's going to come up short. Oh. Very close there. Wow. I think Jason's just going to have a look at this just to see. And he's reluctant to put him back. So with that marker and the only ball that was hit, but you can see the technology that we have right there. Referee's putting it back exactly where it belonged. Obviously he had the great aid of the ball marker, but we have some technology in the booth if he needed a second opinion. And a little glance, and only 4 points given away there by Eduardo. Jason just needs a little extra length on here. Just wants to clip off that red that he's closest to. Come back up table. find that brown again. Just came up a little short that time, but it's got some distance. Got a lot of tools there he's got to get rid of. Jason's day job is a painter, so he's used to handling a lot of equipment, running up and down scaffolding. And he's quite happy that he's down here in Rio, enjoying his passion of playing snooker at great tournaments. Nice retort there by Eduardo, acknowledged by a tap on the table from Jason. Just adjusting the ball marker there. Been a little annoyance for Jason. Yeah, just wants to very gently roll into those two reds. Eduardo getting the referee to put it back. Much better attempt there. Jason letting the referee take away his ball marker, but should be able to just clip off that right side of the red closest to the pink, come up 2 cushions. Probably going to be somewhere on the left side of the table. Yeah. That might be the case. I was thinking of getting near that brown, but the problem is the blue is a little bit in the way. Oh, terrible harm right here. Yeah, we might see these players slowly move the reds to the right side of the table here. Oh, what's this? What's this? Obviously, raise the hand. Didn't intend that red to fall. I call that a shot to nothing, but I think it was more of a safety shot there by Jason. Just wanted to clip off the left side of those reds and put his cue ball back in the bulk area, and getting the red was a happy accident, but I think he might just... He's looking at the yellow. There could be a path here for him. Just a shake of the heads and a look to the heavens there. He's nowhere on. Looks like all of our day one matches, the final ones, are in their phases. So this will be the final match on the English commentary. We're on Channel 3 on CBBS's page on YouTube. We also have two other great Portuguese commentators, Daniel and Janeiro, providing Portuguese commentary for two other matches that are being streamed. Really is a great team, the CBBS team here in Rio. Everyone's coming together really to make a great experience, and they're quite happy and pleased. Us North Americans have come down, made the trip. Some we obviously met last year in Toronto at the Corner Bank. Great club up there in Toronto, run by Jim White and John White. Let's go looking for that black. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. But it's kind of taken out one of the pockets. Snooker's a very tough game with 6 pockets, but now that the black has blocked that for any red to go in there, there's only 5 pockets available. However, if there's a player to knock in a red, that black is sitting pretty for an easy 7 points. He's kind of left it. It's mid to long range shot here for Eduardo. But with the black there, it makes it kind of a rather larger pocket than usual. Didn't even need the black, just fired that right into the heart of the pocket with confidence. Gotta watch out for that cue ball. Okay. Well, for a second, that might be headed for that yellow pocket. Danced around but did not drop. So a 37-8 lead for Eduardo from Brazil over the Canadian Jason Williams. We've got a cluster forming now below the black. Ooh, that white just found the bottom of the pocket, unfortunately, there for Eduardo. Not an easy opener by any means here for Jason.
Tá espetado, não passa a bola. Bater de bomba ali, seja o que Deus quiser.
Here's a pathway, looks like, for this brown. Just a little stroke on that one. It seemed like a little jab that he gave it there. Nice red there by Jason. He's got a great angle to put this pink in and come back down table. Well, the reds are a little bit messy. There's one just off the cushion into the top right. See the one that's rather elevated from those three on the top cushion. Fired it down there. Really wanted to develop those reds off the top cushion, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. Yeah, a lot of North American players are so familiar to having both small rests at equal ends of the table, but not here in Rio de Janeiro. Things are a little different on the JOCARI tables. There's a small rest at one end, well, mid-size rest, shall we say, and the spider is at the other end. A great snooker player can adapt to any situation. Oh, fortunately, Eduardo kicked out this red. I don't think the blue has come to his rescue. Christian just rather waiting for the Tiro Santos supporters just to come into the media center. It's a great long pot there. Good thing he waited. Struck in with confidence. But definitely back in Canada, Jason plays a lot in corner bank and master Q. They are very active rooms. They double dip as snooker rooms and pool halls. So lots of business, lots of distractions, so he's got to know that. And obviously my apologies, I thought that was a red that was on that cushion that goes into the top right, but in fact it is the brown. One little tidbit of information there. If you are colorblind, and usually the colors that are mixed up is the brown and the red, you can ask the referee if that is a red or a brown, but you have to identify as being colorblind before the match starts. So the only time really that you can ask the referee about a certain ball, most of the time it is up to you, but with that affliction of color blindness, sometimes some players like to get away, you know. If I pot this color ball, will it go back on the spot? And that's a definite no-no. The correct response by the referee would be like, pot it, and I'll show you. These are really some nice pots that Jason has taken here. Nothing's really easy. Got a good green to come back to the table. He's roaring back into this frame. Even with a lot of commotion, a few cell phones going off. Hopefully our friends at CBBS can print off, put those cell phones to silent in Portuguese. Celular silencio. Just came a little high on that pink. Wanted a bit more of a, or maybe wanted, no, actually is a little in between it all. You know, if he was a bit lower, he might have had an angle. Take the pink up into the middle pocket with the natural angle carrying him up to the yellow spot. Obviously, if he was a bit higher on the pink, taking it into the top right with a natural angle going up for the yellow. So our friends in Britain famously quote that they be betwixt and between. But maybe in Canada or Brazil will say they're neither here nor there. So no pink for Jason. And he's roared back into this frame, just trailing only by 2 points, and we're on to the colors. So anybody's inaugural frame right here. That's quite the shot right there. you can just swerve just a little around the screen. Good. Double kiss though. But he just might be okay. Eduardo's going to have to do a good job of potting this mid to long range shot. Definitely going to have to hit lower than center on the cue ball. Pretty as a pitcher. Exactly what he needed to do. This frame is looking more and more that it's going to be his. Ooh, watch that cue ball. Almost got lost in depression there. But Jason pops up with a little bit of surprise there. Didn't think he was going to be coming back to the table. To be a little bit lower on that brown, be a bit more straight. So at least you could follow it through and be on the blue. But frame one tied 39-39, 22 points on the table. Had to hit it with pace to give him a shot on the blue, but fortunate for him, he's knocked that brown nice and safe against the right cushion. He's left a mid to long range pot here for Jason into the yellow pocket with the brown, and the angle he could come off the cushion and be on the blue. Body language says it all there. A little frustration there from the Canadian. Throws his hands out with a little feeling of what the. Ooh, but Eduardo can't capitalize on the mistake. Pond has put the brown just far enough that it can't cut back into the middle pocket. Great effort. Brown has poked out a little bit. Didn't get snookered behind the pink. Is Eduardo going to take the thin? Strong raise of the hand there. On 10 for the snooker to be placed there. Eduardo just signaling to the referee to put that back. Wonderful job there by the referee. Gets it right back there. Obviously he's got the trusty tool of his marker. Really helps to speed up play a little bit. Good second hit there. Trouble is if he tries to take this into the top left corner pocket, there's potential of an in-off into the middle. Double kiss. Is he going to be punished for that? It's close to cushion, but it's not tight. We see a lot of more novice players miscue when it's tight to the cushion. This has some separation. Should be okay for Eduardo. He did go for it. Looks rather easy on the TV screen, but definitely this is a tough cut to the middle. Jason just coming around to inspect it. Well, he's feeling confident. He's eyeing a spot where he wants to put his cue ball for the blue. Very nicely done. When the middle's a little tough, maybe just go a little bit further and find the top right, because he's now plumb on the blue. And what a steal this would be. Trailing the whole match, had to fight back. Just not rushing into anything. As he grabs the rest, he looks at the scoreboard and knows that he just needs pink for the first frame. I get comfortable with those just unusual length rests, shall we say. I don't think he felt at home with that rest. They're just a little bit funny. You know, when you're mentally thinking that it's the regular size short rest, but here in Rio de Janeiro they have just the middle ground. It's not short, not long. It's Goldilocks somewhere in the middle. Oh, a lot of emotion there from Eduardo. Is it just frustration coming out on his end, maybe? Knew that he was looking very promising in the frame. Jason is forward back. Opportunity, pink. Just take the first frame. Just so tough to get over the line. So Eduardo lives to see another day. But there's a pathway for this pink. Eduardo needs pink and black. Jason needs just the pink to nab this first frame. See, the pot is on into the green pocket for Eduardo, but definitely has to hit it with pace. Oh, so unfortunate. Rattled in the jaws. Did what he needed to do. Didn't want to baby it in there, obviously, because it could have rattled and just sat there. But unfortunately, it shot towards the yellow pocket. And it's put a little easy pot here for Jason. And there he does. So Jason Williams of Canada takes this first frame. Best of 3 in our round robin match. It's the final match of day 1 on the television stream on the English channel. And we'll be right back with frame 2. back here with frame 2 of our featured match on the English stream here in Rio de Janeiro at the Rio Yacht Club. It's the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship. David Burney is with you, and Jason Williams from Canada, break off. Just not happy with that one. You know, one of those cardinal rules. They were cannon into the blue off the break. But you definitely see with a lot of these players that there's a lot of chances back and forth. Obviously, a lot of us love this game so much, so we do turn into the pro circuit from time to time and have found out that, you know, when a breakoff shot goes into the blue, the opponent steps up and makes a table clearance. Not saying these players can't do that. There are a few that can definitely do it in this tournament on a moment's notice. The senior champion that was crowned yesterday, Igor Figueiredo, just a strong, strong player. But most of the time, these frames, these matches go back and forth. We'll see if Eduardo Enrique Faria can force a decider on Jason Williams. I think Jason would like to get this frame done and dusted to ellipse the match. Gonna clip off this red by the black. Found the path back to bulk. There's a small runway. To the yellow pocket for one of these reds. I don't think Jason's going to warm up the jet and take that on. Maybe he just wants to tempt Eduardo to take on a risky shot, but Eduardo not buying it.
Olha, se me lembrasse da história da conquista, então morando atualmente em Recife. Gente boa, parceiraço também. Como todos nós da Bahia somos, ele é um amante do esporte também.
It's almost like the first frame. The ball started to spread out a bit, and the one to blunder on their safety was going to leave their opponent in. Almost went in and off, and I think almost the in off would have been a bit better there for Eduardo. At least it's put in back at the bulk end where
Vamos lá, gente. Manda uma mensagem.
yeah, I don't want to get into it too much, but yeah, this is definitely a very nice opportunity for Jason. 'Cause it was magical a little earlier today. Igor Figueiredo, I mean, my apologies, Igor. But he had 15 reds. And obviously, it traveled around the room quite quickly. And when he was on that final black, all tables stopped moving. The crowd stopped moving. The cell phones were silent. The commentators were whispering. He's on the final black. Then to get on the colors, the 147 was in sights. And unfortunately, he broke down on that final black. It was definitely a fun atmosphere to be in there. Boy, geez, just every time you just think some of these players are just going to get ready to go. A little breakdown happens. This black go by that red that's close to the top left corner? If it does, that's really going to be beneficial for him. He thinks it does. Eduardo's taking it on. Well struck. So it doesn't look like that. Black goes by the red closest to it on the right on our screens. We've been fooled before. Sometimes it's a bit tricky to see all the angles with these cameras. But we greatly appreciate all the gear that the CBBS is bringing to this. Really doing a wonderful job of promoting the great game of snooker here in Brazil. Obviously, when you think of Brazil, you definitely think of football, as they probably had the greatest player ever to lace up the cleats in Pelé, as well in motor racing, Ayrton Senna, who unfortunately met his fate way back in 1994, did die what he loved doing. And I have to tell you, getting driven around in Uber here in Rio de Janeiro, it's not surprising Ayrton was such a fantastic driver. You need to have all your wits with you when you're traveling the streets here. Fortunate enough, I've been able to have a Brazilian drive me around, because I think you'd be risking a lot more than just your life. Be a vehicle damage, and hopefully you would have insurance if you rented a car. So if you are planning on traveling down to Rio, I wouldn't look into renting a car. You can get around quite nicely and swiftly using the Uber. It seems like red lights are actually optional at nighttime. Well, Eduardo's got to keep it going. He's fully aware this is almost echoing the first frame where he really roared ahead, looking in the driver's seat. But then he let Jason come back in. And he's stroking the ball quite nicely here. 29 break and building. Probably seeking for the far red, the red out in the open on the right, at a little bit of distance. So that door shuts on that break, but things have opened up for Jason here, as he's got an easy starter. Go for that cue ball. Yeah, he just ran a little bit out of position. Had to go run and hide. So we'll crawl back a little bit. Get some points. 35 to 17 point advantage for Eduardo. Jason might be in trouble here, as this cue ball might be tight behind the blue ball. Just wants to nestle on this red on the top cushion on the right side. Oh, he's going for that with a bit of pace. But as he opened up a gap for that red that he hit. Eduardo could go through. Beyond the pink into the left middle. We didn't have the path in for that red that I was alluding to, but found a different red. But not really a color to keep him going, so I'd be surprised if he just rolls up to the green. Obviously, if you're having a friendly with a friend or something like that, you're probably going to take on a pocket more often than not. But when you're playing in a prestigious event like a Pan American Open Snooker Championship, where everyone's vying to get that 2-year tour card on the professional tour, rolling up is not a bad option. Should be okay. Acknowledged by a tap on the table there. A few matches have just come to its climax, so a lot of our tournament officials trying to keep everybody nice and quiet, as there are still matches in play. These short best-of-3 matches and round-robin matches, and they're only playing 4 matches in their groups. Every game, every match, every frame is of utmost importance. Nice pot there. Kept his head down. Willed it in with all his might. Got a nice yellow. Good angle to come back down table. great opportunity here for Jason to crawl back into the frame as he did in the first one. Well, seems like we have a future champion in the room. Little baby is crying with joy. Really Canada to that red. Happy that it just glided through. It's got the pink into the side. The angle on this red is going to take him up table. Although there was a slight angle that he could hold and stay back at the business end of the table. Obviously knows best as he's down on the table, got the best eye line of all of us. Eduardo just sitting in his chair, stone faced, just praying for another chance to get back at the table. Trying to keep his mind clear, feeling like when he gets that chance, he'll seize the opportunity. But will he get that opportunity? Canadian's potting quite well here. It's amazing about this game. These frames can just turn on a dime. Some moments you think you're a hero, you're flying ahead, and one little unfortunate miss lets your opponent back in. They put up a hefty break themselves to get them back in the frame. Just don't think he was expecting that high of a bounce from that cushion. Yeah, I was playing that with the element of safety, and it's done so there. Tap on the table from his opponent. So with that little break, Jason Williams has taken a 50-36 lead in this second frame, best of three. Yeah, as much as the dimensions are pretty much all the same on a snooker table, 6 feet by 12 feet. They do have templates for the openings of the pocket. Obviously there's some clubs that maybe are a bit more generous, some are a bit tighter. Usually for these high established tournaments, Usually use the same cloth. Sometimes conditions can come into play. We are in Rio. See, the temperature is a lot warmer than back in Canada. So that might have an effect on the table and just making the Canadians and the Americans scratch their head a little bit. Jason is snookered on this red. The top right corner pocket. Probably just wants to roll up to it gently. Going aggressive and taking it on. Just didn't get relief from the black. And Eduardo asking for the rest. Ooh, that was a big opportunity missed there for Eduardo. Jay's going to try something wild here. Come down table, come off the top cushion. Maybe a little glance on the side cushion, flick the red in. You know, I think if this was a maybe best of 9 first frame, might think about it. But it's the best of 3, and he's only up by 14 points with 43 on. Those exhibition shots, better left for the exhibitions. Oh, some clever little shot there by Eduardo. Reminds me of the Canadian player Reed Unger, who quite famously a lot plays cushion first and then the object ball. So many little tricks you got to have up your sleeve in the game of snooker. So ball's moving there. Referee's coming in to spot the cue ball. Should be a difficult escape. It's just a matter of where he's going to leave some of these red balls. But, a decent shot there. Didn't need a lot of pace on it. Just wanted to gently cannon into them. He's got the cover. At least one red. Very close. Great effort there. She would have been easily on the pink. He really hasn't left anything easy for Eduardo. I'm probably just going to push this red up table. Hopefully he can get this cue ball tight to the top cushion. He was able to hit the red, but a lot of things moving on that last shot. He has left a red on for Eduardo into the green pocket. I see Eduardo would like to take this red in color. Yellow's a little bit of a pain over there. Look at this. Look at this. Fantastic shot there by Jason Williams. It's Halloween season, and this could be a nightmare situation here for Eduardo. Just discussing with the referee, as they do have these ball markers that helps them put the cue ball right back where it was. It's definitely in the amateur game, it can be tough for those respots when you're like taking a shot. When you're in a snooker, you've got the line, but you just miss, and you know you just have to tweak it a little bit, and then you put the cue ball back, and it might just be just a fraction millimeter off, but both players agree, and you're like, wait a minute, this is not going the right way. So Jason's going to happily take as many penalty points as he can. Unless Eduardo leaves a sitter there. Have the freeze frame there, and now he was close there. Jason's got a 14-point advantage, and he's got a sitter of a red. The yellow is on the cushion. But he's putting back this time. Eduardo just has to make minor adjustments. And he got it there, and he almost put his opponent in the snooker as a retort. Solid goals. Put that in beautifully. Got a little angle on the blue. Really going to be really tough to disturb this yellow. Give it a decent effort. That's not a smile of happiness. It definitely looks like he's snookered himself as much as he developed that yellow a little bit. Looks like he could come up. Come off one, maybe two cushions, probably two cushions, and just nestle onto the yellow. All right, here we go. 20 points in it. 27 on the table. Green in a tough spot up there for both players. But then after that, it's not really a tough ball, so we'll see how things work out with this yellow. It's had to run a bit more. Brown is in a great position to go and hide behind for Eduardo. I believe Jason was victorious in his earlier match, so he'll sleep better if he can come back in tomorrow with 2 matches to the good. Pot is on. It's definitely a long pot, but it's got hints of shot to nothing. You can run around table, but Jason not electing for it. Electing pink to be his friend. So that little kiss with the yellow and pink. Let's put the yellow behind the black. Should be a tough escape here for Eduardo. The big question is where is he going to leave the yellow ball? It's the best shot, not the worst shot. There's potential for the yellow to find its own pocket here. Does Jason want to take that on? A lot of drama on that shot. That white almost found the green pocket. The yellow almost went in the top right corner. Always gets very nerve-wracking when we get down to the colors. Hasn't got the snooker. Trying to find that brown. Hasn't found it and it's got a about an 11-foot, 8-inch shot. Long one here. Shots I think are a little bit easier when you're having a friendly with a friend at your local club, but the Pan American Open Snooker Championship, every shot is difficult. Fortunate enough with the pace that he had there, getting into the black wasn't the end of the world. Yellow is on to the top right corner. There's lots of distance between object and cue ball and object ball in the pocket. Sometimes how those balls end up, it's just the angle's right there, because you know if you just slightly missed that pink ball, the angle's there, but I don't think it was there for Jason, so just playing safe, waiting for his opportunity to pounce and hopefully kill off this frame. Well, that brought out the green a little bit, but then the green went all the way to the left cushion, and the brown is on the left cushion as well, so both those balls are safe, so those are helping aids there for Jason. Ooh. just be the opportunity. It's a long, thin cut, though, into the middle. Definitely a tester of the eyes. It's been a long day. We started at 10 a.m. Where Jason's only had a couple of matches, but always when tournament day is on, you got to keep focused. Yeah, wasn't going to risk his eyes on a thin cut. Smart play there. You know, sometimes you can taste that victory and you kind of bully yourself into taking a thin cut when you know it's not the correct shot. So just exercises some great level of patience there. To take a look. The fact is a snooker, so he'll put his trusty ball marker there for the respot. Good hit by Eduardo. He's keeping his chances alive to force a decider. I think if we do go to the decider, all the momentum would be on Eduardo's side. Jason is leading this frame by 20 points, 27 on. Gonna stay on the cushion. Decent bounce. Is it a bounce enough to tempt Jason to take on this pot? Is it the top right corner? He did, and he took it on. Getting into that black nicely. Just got to be mindful of the brown. This green, this frame ball. See. Oh. Just rattled in those jaws and sputted out. We've seen it a lot with these corner pockets on these JOCARI tables. Looks like Jason's in the snooker there. How many more twists and turns do we have in this second frame? It's only round robin. It's only going to get more and more exciting until we crown the champion on Sunday. missed it. He's missed it. It's that green that rattled in the jaw. It's just going to come back and haunt him. So the referee just putting up the score. We can just put the overlay there with a marker. Definitely make sure everything goes back smoothly. Oh, let's put that in. In fact, there is the snooker there. Back and forth we go. He's brought out that brown. Needed to do that. Just can't find the bottom of those corner pockets in the bulk end with that green. Ooh. See how Jason's luck is with greens into the side pocket. Got that. Hasn't hooked himself. Thin cut, needs this brown to put it into snooker's required stage. He's just going to play safe, grinding it out here. Going to get behind the black. Oh. My mistake there. Just seemed like by our camera angle almost. And he was going to get behind the black, so playing positive. And that should do it right there. Wow, Eduardo fought hard, but Jason's a tough customer. Able to grind it out and put 2 matches to the good here in day 1 of the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship. Big handshakes, hugs by both there. A really excellent match to close out our day. So that was day 1, everybody. We hope you enjoyed us on all the streams. We've got 3 channels going. We've got 2 Portuguese commentary and 1 English. Well, marvelous day, and it's only going to get better as we keep going to see who's going to get that 2-year card on the pro circuit coming on Sunday. But we'll be back tomorrow at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. 10 a.m. is when our telecast will start. We hope you'll tune in for all of that action. So this is David Burney saying boa noite and good night, everybody. Take care.